Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow. Beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Whenever I see boys and girls watching MPL with me, I remember the time when teams clash out in glee. The first day of September bringing 2 gifts in the form of 2 matches. Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin? Let's start the Burr months with a festive bang bang. I'm Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 14. Panel, pasok.
Mara Filipino. Welcome to week 3, day 3 of MPL Philippines Season 14. Leo at your service here with Joseph and Naisu Rezabek opening up the show. Joseph, how are you? Last night was a jam-packed, sweep-filled broadcast.
It was. It was a long day, but it was a day that ended with a bang. It was the longest game that we've had in MPL Season 14 so far.
36 minutes.
Yeah, 35, 36. Two Titans going at it. It was beautiful MLBB, man.
And all of this would not be possible without Smart. Feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts. Buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in just one app.
You guys can download the Smart app now. All you have to do is head on over to the App Store, download it, because this is for Smart, Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi, so grab it while you can.
We got a jam-packed show again. Start a little later.
Yeah.
Tonight, 2 best of 3s, but before that, let's talk about yesterday. We had, again, back-to-back-to-back sweeps. Any key and core memories that stand out for you? Because yesterday you were on the panel.
Oh, yeah. I was on the panel. Again, number one, it was great to have our guests join us for the English panel. I love to have that, but I got to say, you know, the surprise for me was Fnatic Onyx still being 5-0. Like, super fam, maintaining that super streak right now. Also, you know, with everything being said, it's rough. Like, I feel like as someone who used to also really root for Blacklist International, it was rough to see them in the position they are. Like, you know, from the top now going to the bottom here, they're 0-5. Like, they don't have a point yet.
You know who my heart goes out to?
Who?
The middle of the pack teams. I'm looking at our defending champions team, BennyQT, who lost in glorious fashion, may I say so. And a new superpower in Season 14, Smart Omega. The new barangay seems to struggle, man. Back to back, they've lost. And I don't know, is it time for them? Has their streak run out? Is that what we're looking at? Because they're not in action today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're opening up with TNC Pro Team facing off against Aurora Gaming. I'm wondering if that's where TNC gets their first win.
I think it's a good opportunity because our match later on, match number 2, speaking of like who needs wins, and we know it's Blacklist International, they've got one of the Titans that's left to deal with as they go and face against TLPH.
And they angy.
They are.
I mean, you lost a 36-minute match that could have, honestly, been yours. That was Team Liquid's
game
to lose, right? They somehow regained control after the 20-minute mark, and then it just slipped from their hands. So that's what you're in for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to see that maybe these teams that need wins are going to score, maybe, but I'm also nervous for them. Because they're facing off against very strong teams.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I don't know, man. I think this is a good day for things to kick off, though. We know there's a running joke, right? September is the start of Christmas here in the Philippines. Maybe this is part of it.
We'll hear more about that from our handsome panel. It's nice. This is nice. It's Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz. Let's go.
You heard handsome. You thought it was Hans? It's us. I'm Rockhart, and this is Renmar, and we are back here for the last day of week 3. We're not last week yet.
No, yeah.
Erase that.
It's still in the third week. But it is the last day.
That's right. So right now, obviously, this tournament is, of course, hosted by Infinix GT, and we use the Infinix GT 20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. So right now, I'm actually very happy to see this matchup, because again, we've always been looking for ways to test Aurora and TNC as well. You know, we got a pretty good matchup to do that with right now. That's coming up next. But you know what, Leo and Nice are right. I mean, I personally would not want to face a Team LiquidPH that came from that loss yesterday. That again could have actually went either way.
Yeah. Later we're going to be seeing them again in action, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be continuing the momentum. They didn't get that win, but like the momentum in terms of they played a banger of a match, game number 2 yesterday. But for this one with TNC Pro Team and Aurora, I like that we're starting this off because it seems like the timing's been perfect. Everyone in the community has been really discussing or been vocal about the idea of team chemistry, seeing things all mesh together. And on one side, you have RORA, who are a relatively new team in terms of like the organization itself, but they already have built-in chemistry from the players that they have that have played together for a long time. While TNC Pro Team, I feel like out of all the teams that we have, they're really one of the freshest alongside Blacklist International, another team struggling this season.
It's actually a really neat trick they got. They did, they try to get the people that meshed very well together in these teams and then put them together. And you know what? They say they feel like the new team. They feel like they're all rookies, but you know what? They play exactly how we expect them to be. And the difference between these two is quite staggering if you talk about numbers.
Yeah, it has been difficult for TNC Pro Team. And this lineup, or the components of their lineup, have played together since MPL Philippines Season 10. So we're looking at TNC Pro Teams Lancy and Kaizen. So following their journey from the old Minana Evos now to TNC Pro Team, they are put into a position of importance here with this meta, really putting a lot of pressure onto the mid lane rotations, the junglers, the mid, and the roams. While for Aurora, they got the key former figures of Blacklist International in Yue and Edward. And I mean, come on. We gotta admit, they've had the better time around the past couple of years.
No doubt.
While Kaizen and Lancy have just struggled, yet they've continued to shine, even in those moments where they struggled. I remember there were seasons, just a few seasons ago, where we were saying, yo, Kaizen, Lancy, potential, potential. We always just said that, potential and potential.
Yeah, and again, it's just, you're right. Despite the losses, TNC's actually been getting pretty positive reception from people like, you know what, they play well in the early. Again, it's all about closing, which again, every team should be able to do. And right now, that's exactly what TNC are working on. And of course, TNC's coach Wolf also talked about his struggles so far as a coach. So he shared how he has maintained his composure, despite the results, and how he often reminds his team about, like you mentioned, potential, right?
Yeah. So for Coach Wolf, I understand what he means. Like, coaches have been really present about this, wherein out of everyone, the coach really has to be the most level head.
Yes.
Rare are the times where a coach will allow themselves to really show their emotions.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what he has to say, as we do have a video for Wolf right about this exact topic. So let's see that.
Yung tinrabaho ng isang linggo, tas parang ganun yung magiging outcome. Diba? Sobrang nakakapagod siya, pero kailangan mag-step up as a coach. Sila na yung malungkot, dapat ako hindi ako madamay doon sa ganung vibe. So kailangan may magbago at may mag-solve agad ng problems. Yun yung tough doon na parang kailangan guarded yung emotions ko personally para hindi sila madama. When it comes to motivation, sinasabi ko lang sa kanila talaga na kaya naman talaga. At nire-remind ko sila dun sa mga magandang nagagawa namin. At yun lang, nire-remind ko din sila dun sa parang potential namin.
Wow, that was pretty heavy, right? Because it's the reality of a lot of teams here in the MPL. These are things that you guys don't actually see a lot. And in fairness, when I hear from scrims, you know what, TNC has been doing pretty good. And I guess that's what Wolf says. Like, you have to remind these guys, you know how to play well. You just have to remember.
Yeah, and it's a great approach. So we got a better understanding of how Coach Wolf operates, wherein there are coaches with a different coaching style who would say, hey, focus on improving this, work on this. Yeah. While now, considering that the TNC Pro Team has been struggling, Coach Wolf doesn't forget to remind his team that, hey, there are good things to look at your game. You know that you could do this right. That means you can get the other things that we don't do correctly right eventually.
And again, just remind them to trust the process and give them that sticker. If you've seen a Wolf sticker, the don't be down sticker.
Yeah.
Is that the right translation?
Yeah, can't be down.
Can't be down, man, because you know what? It is a very competitive scene here, and everyone, if you get down, you get eaten up.
Yep.
So I guess that's the reasoning for that. But right now, though, I think we have another one that we have to talk about here. This is our newest addition to the segments here.
Oh yeah.
And we're very happy that we came up with that. We're gonna show up the voting. Who do you think is gonna come out on top? Is it TLPH or Blacklist International?
That's for later.
That's for later.
Yeah,
But
we're a little bit ahead of the curve right now. But yeah, now you gotta vote for TNC
and Aurora.
And Aurora.
There you go.
You can advance vote if you want. We're just reminding you in case you forget
TNC.
that we
I
have
just
something
realized,
later.
yeah.
But it's TNC and Aurora.
So please, let us know what you think. We also put in our own votes.
There we go. Okay.
All right. So we have already put in our own votes as well.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel like TNC has a good chance in this one, considering by this time, I feel like they should have figured some stuff out already.
I don't know, man. I said RORA in mine, so that's our difference.
I guess so. Wait, I'll have to double check that. We'll have to go into team intros though. Let's see.
For this first matchup of the day, please welcome our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbur. Entering the arena first, still trying to find their groove. The Wolfpack have to show the improvements they've been prepping. It's TNC Pro Team! You already hear them. The cheers of the crowd is the drive they need to end the week with a bright outcome. Let me hear the arena roar for Aurora! The masterminds for each squad for TNC Pro Team, it's Coach Wolf. And for Aurora, it's Coach Master the Basics.
It's time for the face-off. Domeng, Kuzen, come forward. Domeng, ano ang palag mo kay Kuzen?
Meron kaming 20 tips.
Kuzen, ano ang palag mo kay Domeng?
Wait lang, tingnan ko lang sarili kong Rolex. Fully paid ni Boss D.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. The first match of September. Let's not keep the fans waiting any longer. Panel, paso.
For a moment there, I had to remind myself what kind of watch I'm wearing, but right now, it is going to be TNC Pro Team, who seem to be pretty much buffed up by some presence here on the stage as well.
Yeah, it's the Minana Evos flavored version of TNC Pro Team, heads on Escalera in the EXP in Rome, while it's Kaizen Lancy and Kozen in the respective positions. On one side, you have Pal Domeng, Rich Guy Domeng, it seems like for Kozen, it's fully paid Kozen for TNC
Fully
Pro
paid
Team.
Kozen. And there you go. This is Aurora MLBB, who seems to have just picked up so much steam in the past week. Again, getting out of victory against Smart, Omega. Not a lot of teams can actually say that right now.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people debating about like, oh, why come Aurora have gotten it right away? TNC Pro Team, how come you're struggling? But really, when you look at it, Aurora are a roster that has key members, 4 of them that came already from the same team, have international experience together, and they added one of the best jugglers in the Philippines in Demon Kite. While TNC Pro Team we saw earlier is a team that have put together a mix of what we call young veterans, maybe second or third years, and long-time veterans, and that takes time to build that together. And the stats doesn't lie. In the team head-to-head Aurora is expected to take this game alone with numbers alone.
That's right. In terms of numbers, Aurora just is beating out a lot of teams, not just TNC as well. So right now, we're heading to Infinix keys to victory. What do you think about this, Renmar?
Yeah, strengthen your mid lane dual connection like that for TNC Pro Team. When you're up against Renegade and UA, you have to be decisive. And that's something that TNC Pro Team, hopefully they worked on in the long break that they had before heading into their only match for this week. While for Aurora, punish TNC's late game decision making. How many seasons have we said this now? TNC takes the early, then they just somehow lose a rotation, not even in the late game, the mid game. At around 5 to 8 minutes, that's where the rotations crumble, and that's where they lose track of it. While for both of them, hey, protect your cores at all costs. Their cores, rock hard.
I
Their
know.
cores.
Their cores. I have to remind myself, who are their cores?
Yeah.
I'll find that out later. I guess I'll find out who you guys think are the cores in those teams. But for now, we are going into the draft very, very shortly. And again, these are one of the areas where TNC seems to be at least making up for it, right? I mean, despite the losses, a lot of people online also say, you know what, they draft pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really fault that too much. At the same time, you got to make sure that draft the heroes do pop in, who actually do what they need to do inside the map.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually mentioned that. Especially there was this one lineup where TNC Pro Team didn't field any assassins. Excuse me, gold laners, or marksmen specifically. They put a Ruby in the gold lane, they put a Phoebus in the EXP lane, and then they rolled with a Ling in the jungle or a strong basic attack hero that could be the source of basic attacks. However, they just couldn't find the right execution, but that draft made sense. That approach made sense at that time. You know, one thing I also realized about TNC Pro Team, they've fallen to victim of being on the bad end of some really good last second draft picks by their opponents. A last second high loss, a sudden Zask priority, a Ruby out of nowhere, a Jawhead even, and those are all heroes that Aurora plays well.
So basically, just like the big haymakers, they get punished by big haymakers from their opponents. So let's see if that will happen this week, because again, this is going to be the first time this week that TNC is going to be playing again. Yesterday we didn't see them. So right now we are heading into Game 1 draft, and it does seem to be an assassin-heavy ban here for Aurora against, TNC against Aurora.
And of course, you gotta really respect Demon Kite. And I think TNC Pro Team have acknowledged one of their weaknesses is that in the team fights, when their formation gets broken, it seems like that's where they struggle. TNC Pro Team know how to fight when they're the ones initiating it, and if it's a slow front to back. But if it's the opponent having a hero that can completely shake up the draft or the fighting, come out from weird angles, that's where they struggle. So for the first pick, you have the Moskov and the Zask open. Moskov has fallen out as the first pick priority. Let's see if they'll respect the Edith of Edward, but TNC decides to prioritize the high loss instead, one of the hotter picks so far this season.
Yeah, definitely super duper hot, 84% contention rate, and for a good reason. Again, a lot of good combinations that can be had with this hero. Not to mention just a beefy front line overall.
Yeah. So now if you're RORA, you're thinking, do we pick up the Zask or the Valentina? Do you pick up the Edith now as either a Renji or an Edward flavored one? So they go ahead for the Zask, but they go and prioritize the Nolan, considering that they are running out of assassins in the pool. They take away a strong assassin out of the hands for Kaizen. So in terms of the top assassins that we have in the meta, they're all pretty much gone. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
There's always like one assassin that I forget. Oh, Julian's still up.
Julian, which I guess technically is an assassin. He also has like, doesn't have a classification by fire, but I don't know, we'll check that later. But right now, the Julian definitely making an appearance here. Right on cue. And I also love the pickup of the Nolan here for Aurora, because Nolan is actually one of those heroes that is used a lot against heroes like the Zask, you know, hit that Nightmare spawn with the Rifts.
Yeah, take it
It
out.
takes it out so quickly. So love that combo by Aurora. But yes, we are seeing the Phoebus back in action alongside the Julian.
So that Julian is going to be going to the jungle. We're still waiting on the mid lane hero for Lancey. Lancey, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, he's more of a backline mage,
Super
right?
backline. He loves Eve way back then, so that's his style.
Oh yeah, the man's a nuker. So let's see if that's the type of hero that he'll end up with. In terms with the bans here, you already know the Phoebus is most likely going to the EXP lane, unless TNC swerves again and puts it into the gold lane in the hands of Kozen. And they're considering that, because in terms of the picks, what Aurora sees is that Kozen was the one that locked the Phoveus for TNC Pro Team. So now they're going to be playing into that flex idea.
I love it. I love that right now. And again, the Julian also very much flexible, can go mid, can also go jungle depending on the play.
Yes.
But again, depending on, based on the like past heroes or like the preferences probably of Lancy, it's probably gonna go jungle. So that's what I think. That's also what they're thinking as well with that Valentina ban.
Yeah, so they're taking away one of the automatic responses if you are a Zast to pick up the Valentina. The Jushin is still open, so let's see if that's going to be a prio ban there for Aurora, because the Jushin and the high loss together can be an annoying combo to deal with in the mid.
I mean, Zushin on its own is annoying as heck, and imagine having a high loss stun there.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
It's like, how do I get away from this? I'm constantly slowed. Yeah.
Stop! Get away from me!
It's gonna be
That's
way too
usually
difficult.
the cries of heroes in the mid lane, in case you guys are wondering.
That's an official voice
That's
line.
an official voice line. But yes, definitely those are the things that you have to think about. The combos can be set here. Obviously, Jawhead and the Zushin, great potent combo. Obviously not going to make an appearance here. Probably, right? I guess that depends on how they go. But the Faramis, I love it. I love the Faramis. Master the Basics has been watching. Faramis combo with the high loss is insane. The high loss just doesn't want to die.
Yeah.
Especially with that Elegant Gem add-on.
Yeah, for sure. So that makes sense. So they're willing to give the Jushin. They're not going to pick it up themselves. What they can do is if they're going to be giving the Jushin, they already have the burst, the true damage. I think they're going to take away a Terizla from Heads. That's one of his most consistently picked EXP laners. Because again, you might just want to whittle down the potential flex options of TNC Pro Team, because the high loss and the Phoveus are already very flexible right now. And that's the strength that Coach Wolf has decided to go with alongside Coach Tito Max into the second phase. That flexibility, they're keeping Aurora on their toes.
Yeah, and Coach Master the Basics, if he's as experienced as we see him to be, oh wow, export ban, interesting. I think he would like to target ban Heads, right? He's definitely one of the vulnerable points probably for TNC.
Hunter of all the
But
evil
looks like
gods.
they're gonna go straight for the Edith, most likely on their own here for Aurora.
I wonder, do they have room to surprise and go, no, they can't go Lolita Hanabi. They have to put the Phoveus in the mid lane for that.
Yeah, that's a bit too much, right?
Yeah.
But we've seen some crazy stuff all through the years. I think, you know, there could be a small chance in
maybe.
somewhere.
Yeah, but right now, TNC Pro Team will need a little bit more burst in the mid. If that's the case, then yeah, it looks like this Phoveus might be going into the gold lane. What's their source of basic attacks? No, they need a marksman. Oh, even the flexibility right now of TNC Pro Team is throwing me off.
It's insane.
Yeah, and Edward's undefeated on this Edith, by the way, so they have to respect that.
Loyi and the Bruno.
Okay.
All right. Every time there's a Coach Ito Max behind the team, you expect that Loyi to come out for some reason.
Yeah.
Every team he's in. I love it. I just love it. I just noticed that. And now the Loyi, obviously a lot of teams have started to re-adapt Loyi starting the season.
Yeah,
and
excellent
I
point.
love it. I really love it.
Yeah, she was sort of forgotten for a while, but then once people started to get adjusted again to the assassins coming back and all that, they realized, yeah, Loyi's still pretty good. And it does make sense going up against an Edith with how she wants to eventually just stand in one area and fight. But here comes Renegade. He gets his set man hero.
Oh, the set man. I love it. I actually really like it. The Tigreal, you kind of always want the flexibility of an Edith on XP and Roam, and now the Tigreal always is. This is what we're talking about earlier, right? These haymakers that, you know what, can kind of be expected, in this map, in this one, but sometimes it kind of slips your mind as well.
Yeah. With Escalera having a Loyi with him in the Roam mid combo, should be relatively okay for a high loss. What I'm worried now about, after seeing that Tigreal, is the Phoveus of Heads. It might be another game where Heads, unfortunately, will end up having a lot of deaths. Heads and Escalera have had a lot of deaths just shared between them.
Yeah, I wonder what your fellow Bears think about this matchup as they are starting to cast up for game number 1, TNC Pro Team versus Aurora MLBB. Take it away, Leo Nyson.
Rockhart, you're also a bear. What are you talking about? Welcome to game 1 Aurora
Welcome
versus
to Mobile
TNC.
Legends.
Joseph, if I may.
Yes, sir.
That whole draft at the start kind of threw me off, but at the end, as much as I love TNC, I like Aurora's draft better.
Do you? I like how I agreed with Renmar over there. You know, he's like, yeah, I love all the flexibility that TNC started with the first 3 picks. And then, you know, obviously it falls into place. And I think, again, that can be a part you can play in the draft where it's an advantage, you know? But, again, when I look at the lineup here that TNC's bringing, granted the fact, too, that this is a different iteration of TNC.
Another new lineup.
Another new lineup, which is good. They kind of need to go through this process. I want to see them be able to execute this, especially with the lineup that they brought for Game 1.
Yeah, it's one thing to introduce the flexibility, but another to come through with it once the game begins. Let's go from lane to lane here. Kozen up against Doming. And again, Bruno is such an amazing duelist.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing him as often these days.
Ooh, yeah, actually.
Whoa.
Domeng's going to get crashed into here. Flickers forward.
What?
Kozen going to be fine. Don't tell me Domeng somehow, some way, still able to survive the 1v2.
TNC meet TNS. The next standard.
The next
You see
standard.
that?
Yeah.
Any other carry, hell, even my very low standard, but I would have died. Any one of us would have died.
Yeah, I think so, you know. And, hey, that's the utilization of a defensive flicker, if you will, although it looked pretty aggressive.
Amazing. He was putting himself right at the tip of the shield, too.
Yeah.
That was, I'm sure, key. And then a little bit of hesitation from Kzen.
Yep.
Would you have, again, as a Julian, would you have?
I don't know.
Right?
I guess, and at that point, it's almost too risky because if Kzen pressed that situation and he gets gapped, he could be in trouble, especially when we're talking about the jungle matchup. Demon Kite especially, you know, specialist on the assassins, does have the Nolan pick here. We've seen this pick up constantly. And now they're going to set things up here for the turtle.
Heads pushing himself out there. In the face of advantage. Hey, look at the damage.
Going to jump in. Infernal Pursuit. Wamps should be able to pick up a kill here, and now RORA in trouble. Kzen going to be able to get the turtle too. Still possibly looking for more. Edward pops the Primal Wrath, takes a couple shots. He's just going to have to back off, securing the orange buff here. So, TNC getting a bit of a lead. Oh, Diversion going to be used. Lancey,
what?
Don't tell me, Domeng. You already survived once. Get back to base.
All right. First turtle going over to the Phoenix Army. Demon Kite trying to push out Escalera from his orange. You into the rescue. They're fine. All right. So, this is very trademark TNC. All right. Early aggression. Win big in the first or second turtle. How do they follow through?
Whoa.
What?
Wow! The jukes from Kzen.
All right.
With the enhanced sword.
He did have to give away the litho.
Yeah, he did.
All right. So we're looking forward to that mid-game ramp-up where TNC can make use of this early lead.
Yeah.
And then eventually deny Aurora any comebacks.
And so going back to that point, you know, this is typical for TNC. Get the ball rolling. The flames are on fire, you know, early game. And I always feel like so far from what we've seen them, how do they maintain that flame? How do they keep it going? Because look at the setup here in the mid lane. Again, implosion. The toss up on Escalera. Thrown up, tossed up, and taken out. So RORA finds himself a kill on the board. And that is what I'm talking about. You know, TNC, they got to keep the flames alive and not get doused out here too early.
That's just Hitman things. And now, speaking of Hitman things, right in Kozen's face. Again, we were singing Domeng's praise, but how about Kozen? He's pretty independent.
He is actually, you know, going with the whole gold lane experience, trying to keep it together the best he can. And that's honestly, with a Bruno, you can do that. Like, he's gonna, you mentioned this earlier, 1v1 for a lot of the gold laners. He's gonna be fine. Flicker gonna be used. There's the Earth Shatter too. Kzen's gonna be in trouble now this time. Goes with Enhanced Sword again. And there's the return as Demon Kite's gonna fall down. And now looking for possibly another set here. They can't get anything yet, but UA's taking some damage. Should be able to just walk back to the turret. He's fine for now, but hey, back and forth here. TNC getting a lead.
Kzen, amazing footwork, turning that little juke into a major objective again. Turtle 1, Turtle 2, TNC, early game, all of them. Demon Kai'Sa having a great game. Talking about this forward flicker! All right.
Kozen.
That was backwards. Domeng now using it defensively for sure.
Hey, even earlier, it was a little defensive.
It was forward under the turret.
It was like a forward defensive maneuver.
A forward defensive, yeah, it's an FDM.
It's FDM at that point. So, but it's still the same story here, Leo. Like, you know, the gold laners are just going at it 1v1, duking it out, trying to get a lead on each other. And look at the gold lead, actually, coming out from Kozin here.
That's huge, 1,000 about?
Yeah. That's a massive lead already, you know, just going one-on-one for the most part. He does have the hot spot, so he's able to kind of, you know, obviously he takes a couple shots.
Yep.
He just life steals him back up.
No kills. That was all just farming. That was all just presence of mind. Taking care of your waves, taking care of your minions. That explains the Rolex. You got that Rolly.
The Rolly buff. That's what it is at this point.
Slowly but surely, TNC, I think this is one of the key ways they can ramp up into a solid mid-game chokehold into the late. They attack Aurora on many different fronts. Look at that. The push by Kaizen up top, and then the threat on the Demon Kite's Purple, who, by the way, needs it dearly.
He does. Definitely on the Nolan. And this is interesting, man. Like, this is, would you say this is a different TNC than what we've seen for the past 3 weeks? Like, I know it is a lineup. Like, that's the apparent
Obviously.
thing. But is it the synergy that they have, you know, even in the past that's working out here?
The Minana DNA.
Exactly.
It's in their genes. They're used to hearing each other's voices in their heads and knowing what the other's going to do. Again, that's what synergy is. That's what chemistry was. Talking about it yesterday.
Coach Arcadia.
When we heard from Coach Arcadia. Exactly. Michael Angelo Bocado knows what's up.
Yeah.
Baraka hits now. Going in the mid-game spike. They're skipping the laning phase now. We're into the final turtle rotation. Movements across the map. And look, both roamers are just crossing the board. It's like Renegade down there.
Yep.
And then look at where Escalera is constantly.
Pretty much trying to do the same thing here. Oh, there it is! Renegade again!
Oh, God!
They'll get the Purify out. They drop down the Glorious Pathway, and Kaizen is taken out of the picture. They're going to lose their jungler, and here's the response, though. TNC looking for blood. Edward going to be able to get out with the Flicker, the Primal Raft, too. Turtle still for the taking here, though, so RORA will go ahead, pull it up. Demon Kite knows no opposing jungler across from him, but Renegade takes a couple shots and will go down. But it was all for that objective. RORA secures the turtle.
All right, 2-1. TNC did not expect for Aurora to throw that much at Kaizen. He's been getting away with way too much in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, yes, and again, going back to it, TNC still holding, you know, at least control. But how long can they keep their control going? And when you're watching these skirmishes, these team fights happen before the objectives, it's so much on Edward and Renegade. And so you have to constantly play against that. How do you avoid the implosions? How do you avoid the flicker setups coming out from Edward, even with the onward Earth Shatter combo? So as long as TNC stays, you know, locked in and their heads on a swivel, as I like to say it, then they can avoid those and hopefully get a favorable team fight.
And I think that's what makes Edward maybe top 3 Edith in all of MPL Philippines, which basically means top 3 Edith in all the world. He's able to use it defensively and offensively. Yeah. And look at this, see? Heads is trying to buy time, but look at how they're tactically retreating. Oh!
They're going to crash down. They cut him off the Glorious Pathway, and they'll be able to find the Hitman, Renegade, and Edward as well. Just as we talked about it, Demon Kite tries to find his own. Lancey's going to be fine, but hey, that's what we were talking about. Handle those set potentialers, those setters from RORA, and TNC does it by just cutting them off.
And they didn't know where Lancey would have come from anyways, because look, who would check? Look at the rest of the map. Who would check? Their 2 main frontliners were the ones getting chased down.
And when that happens, you're left just running for the hills, man. Like, your frontliners are gone. What are you going to do? You know, at that point. That's why, again, Demon Kite just trying to, like, clean up a kill if he could, but better to call it off and try to slow things down again, because TNC playing on the momentum they have. Even looking at the items, you know, items are falling into place. There's the wings now, too, for Lancey.
Still about 1,000 between Kozin and Doming. Slight lead now on Demon Kite over Kaizen. I think this is because Kaizen has slowly tried to get better setups, so he's not taking his farm as much. And Demon Kite here slowly going for a mid-game ramp-up. And maybe that's why the Nolan, despite having like a relatively bad early to mid, is still one of the most in-demand junglers. He's the #1 jungler for burst.
Renegade again doing the same thing. Implosion's going to be there. They knock down Escalera. They take him out of the picture. Edward goes in with the onward, but the infernal pursuit of heads will keep them going. But finally taken down. Still a couple members left. Domang has to flicker out. Lord's going to go in. Edward flickers in himself. They're looking for Kaizen. They'll find him as Demon Kite picks up the kill. And now Lord still under half health. They're working on him, but Kozin couldn't get the last hit on Demon Kite. But he takes out the rest of the problems there. Lord will reset, and they bring it back.
And it's not like Doming was on the brink of death just 5 seconds ago. He just turns on a foot style and says, you know what, I'll just take the mid anyways.
I'm just going to go mid.
Nothing's happening. It's a tough past few minutes for the Zen brothers.
Yeah.
Kaizen died, Kozen can't effectively kill, and they're going for the reset. Lord up, about 4/5 of its health in. Escalera with the glorious pathway. Oh no, I think TNC wants to commit.
Oh. Dominator's Ascent going to be used too. They go in a little bit further down the line, and now Escalera once again going to be the focus. Renegade finds 2 members here. They drop the damage, and Escalera is going to be taken out, as well as Heads. TNC falling apart for this Lord here. They lose 2. And so Aurora looks to be able to just get this Lord now. Wait, hold on. Diversion going to be used.
No one sent.
They don't send anyone. They just call it off as Lord is secured here for Aurora.
What a shuffle. What a shuffle. Aurora MLBB. They were on the back foot for the better part of the first 10 minutes of the game. And suddenly, even after that free pickup from TNC down bottom on Renegade and Edward, they're able to play footsies enough. And again, Joseph, they were pressuring mid. They just kept, Dominic never went home.
He didn't.
He's just, I'm just going to take
Guys,
this.
I got the mid.
Clear the waves. All right. And now, I would reckon he has closed the gap between him and Kozen.
Yeah, we would have to see the numbers, but I'm pretty sure after all the last couple minutes he's done that. After all that, he's at that point where he's going to be pretty much, I don't know, even or above, but right now they're going to be pushing into possibly the base here once things get aligned. And I would say, too, for Aurora, that's the thing. TNC, we talked about, can they maintain that ignition on the wings? Well, it just got doused out. That's the problem that we see here from TNC. Now, can they rise to the occasion of defending this push that's going to come from Aurora? And you can expect Renegade or Edward to possibly force a fight if they want to. They slowly work on the shields. Holy shields are going to be down.
Yeah, popped.
Mid turret still stands because they got to respect the damage, too. Escalera lays down the glorious pathway just to cut him off. Gets the flicker out from Edward, too. But I think that's all they get here.
Whoa, look at this, a diversion.
Oh, they're going to send it in!
Implosion!
Renegade implosions, he's going to be able to find Kozen. Kozen's the target, they get him down! And Heads too, even with the Infernal Pursuit as Lancey goes down next. 3 members of TNC, they wanted to go with a diversion, and they end up getting smacked down.
Choked up, face down, burnt out, now pushing in mid. Just Kaizen left to defend.
Only Kaizen left. No minion waves, though, just yet to push in further.
They're forcing it.
They'll rely on the Nightmaric spawn. They want the turret, they get it.
Hard fought 3 seconds, just keep going.
Just hold on, Nightmaric spawn.
All right, a minute until the next Lord. Aurora have hit Supernova, approaching 5,000 gold in 13 minutes. Joseph, I think TNC have got to come up with new tricks. Luckily, their lineup is very much capable, right?
Yeah.
You can find more angles through Lancey's diversion. Maybe...
Just not like that. Not like the last one.
Not like that. Don't send Kozen.
Kozen was right there.
Yeah. He needs a little space. He's more like a midfielder.
Yeah.
He's not a striker. Maybe... I don't know if Heads is fully built. Maybe Heads can be a little chunkier.
Yeah.
Think about how you can use him to force out a response from Aurora. And then Escalera. I think that's one huge point that we can use. Escalera has been using maybe the Glorious Pathway 3 out of 5 times in the past 13, 14 minutes.
Yep.
Like a barrier.
Yeah, it's like a cutoff. Like,
yeah.
Don't touch this lobby.
Yeah, maybe rotate it 90 degrees and then use it to where the fight should happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's easier said than done, but that's an option. That's a theory.
Whoa! Whoa, diversion, Kaizen!
Nanikure!
I don't know if that was planned or that clearly had to be a mistake. I mean, blindly setting your jungler over there.
Would like to see what Kaizen looks like right now on the player cams.
Whoa. All right, well, Lord secured for Aurora on
Nonchalant.
a huge mistake from TNC.
Nonchalant? Was that a miscom? Was that a communication breakdown?
That had to be. I just don't see in a world where the call would have been, Kaizen, I'm going to send you up to the Lord.
I don't think he was HOTTOGO. He wasn't ready, man.
Yeah, he was not ready.
What?
And that could be a dire mistake, just that play alone. As we were talking about TNC, what could they do to turn this game around? And now they're forced to just kind of defend at the base here. Aurora, massive lead. Lord pushing in the mid. They only have 1 base turret left.
Oh no, and there's an enhanced Lord marching through mid. fat waves through top and bottom. Let's see, Kaizen already respawned. Yue picking up the HC. Crashing up top first.
Yep, couple shots on Renegade. He's at half health. Lord's still going to be worked on here. Demon Kite puts some pressure on Heads. Edwards will be stymied as well. Glorious Pathway is going to come down.
Bang.
But Renegade will be solved. They're still going to be fighting through. Lord has to be taken care of. Escalera's out of the picture. Finally, the Lord goes down, holding on to half the base health here.
Lancey
flickers out, but Lancey will be taken down. And now they just look to lock on the base as RORA takes game number 1.
Clear pain points for TNC. An amazing early game into the ramp-up. Up until the final turtle, where it all seems to crumble.
Again, the story of TNC, they light the flames in the early game, but for some reason, they get doused out by mid to late.
I wonder what our analysts saw there. Let's go to Renma Santa Cruz and rock hard.
Very accurately, I feel like that's exactly what happened, right? We got a fire burning, we got a fire going for TNC, and they got doused out in the middle of the game.
You know, it reminds me of one of my favorite Disney songs of all time. It's Tale of Oldest Time. It's mid-game TNC. Again!
Again.
Mid to late game. Something always happens. It's
something inexplicable. Like, it just, we have to always ask ourselves, right? Was that this, or was that that? Was that... It's a tale as old as time.
It's been like this since season 11. It feels like there's a curse over the entire organization now.
And we're going to have to break that down one by one, step by step, because a lot of those obviously still was the excellence of Aurora when it comes to team fighting, when it comes to getting those sets, and capitalizing on those sets as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine who the MVP here is. My personal MVP is honestly Yue. There was a play that he did in the first Lord of the second team fight of the first Lord, because there were 2 team fights for that Lord. But alongside Yue, you also have the Hitman, you got Renegade showing off his watch this time.
We got lots of watch.
And we know how rich Renegade is. His watch is probably worth just a little bit more. And his Tiger play, his setups, the information that he was getting, it was a thorn in the side of Escalera and the members of TNC Pro Team as the game extended. Because Rockhart, in the first 5 minutes of the game, he was actually the one getting just covered by TNC Pro Team. Lancey, around the first wave, there was this one play where Renegade was trying to get into position, and then Lancey popped up a no sticker after he stopped Renegade from doing that. And when I observed how TNC were playing, they just tried to stop Renegade over and over again from getting into position, and that's one of the reasons why they won the early game.
Yeah, in fairness, these are one of the times where Renegade was, you know, some games Renegade just goes unchecked. This time in the early game, there was some feeling that, you know, Renegade was trying to do some stuff, but TNC was pushing him back. So that's at least a positive we can look for TNC. But for the rest of the game, after that few-minute mark, man, he was unleashed.
Yeah, this was a great initiation early on from Aurora by Renegade that would eventually get soft countered by TNC Pro Team. I believe this is the first team fight for the first Lord, and Renegade was able to control right in time. The second fight, though, Yue was the one who was able to single-handedly stop the members of TNC Pro Team and delay them from helping out Heads and Escalera. And again, this is one of the issues that I've had with TNC Pro Team. Heads and Escalera together, they need to work a little bit more on the responsibility of who and when they're actually going to go into the back line to really push forward and initiate something. Because Yue was left unchecked. He was able to zone out the backline of TNC Pro Team, meaning that Heads and Escalera couldn't get their help.
That's right. Again, sometimes it's also about like keeping your distance, where I think I noticed that a lot with like teams like AP Brands, BLCK. You know what? They don't always have to like front. Sometimes you just have to make yourself known or make yourself seen, and sometimes that's usually enough. And that's something I didn't really see as much here. TNC was more hands-on, right straight in your face, trying to get stuff done. And I guess the stats reflect that as well.
Unique item build path here for Heads on the Phovius. Decided to prioritize the Thunderbelt earlier, and he went for components. So he went for the Silent Robe and then eventually the Steel Leg Plates. And then the next full build item he got actually was the Winter Crown. So it's a unique approach by the Phobias. But one of the issues as well that we saw on the side of RORA in terms of their item building, not really an issue, but one of the good things, is that the priority of the Thunderbolt for Edward meant that the early poke damage would, and then the stacks that you could get from that made the Edith a much more difficult hero to take down as the game went on.
Yeah, this Edith actually was a big playmaking potential as well, because it was so hard to stop whenever you wanted to get going. So the times when Renegade would actually falter a little bit, you know what, Edward was so ready to take up the mantle. It felt really easy for Aurora to actually get these fights going.
Exactly. I'm glad that you mentioned that. That, again, now is the counter to my little problem for TNC. Heads and Escalera, you got to work out on their distribution of responsibility, who sets and who feels a little better, because now you're up against Renegade and Edward, who do that so well. If Renegade can set, as you mentioned, Edward will. If Edward sets, Renegade's ready for the late implosion to make TNC surprise and think, wait, there's still another set of ultimate from Aurora?
Yeah, it's late, but you know what? It still hits the mark. It still makes the crowd go wild, and so do we. We just say wow every time that happens, and we just,
like,
you know, we're standing on our feet, right? So when that happens, you just have a good time. But who doesn't have a good time, it's TNC, who did absorb a lot of that. Some plays as well that was also questioned by our casters. I feel like sending Kaizen out on the field in that specific moment. What do you think about that?
Questionable. I really thought that in that last moment where they sent Kaizen alone as with the diversion, I thought that Escalera and Heads would go with him, because the last vision that we got was, all right, the ultimate of the Loyi was brought down by Lancy, and it looked like the Julian, the Phobius, and the High Loss were going into it.
Right.
Go join it, and then maybe the mid laner and the gold laner is the one that's going to stay behind so that the frontliners can check, and if ever, delay it, buy time, and then wait for the gold and mid laner to join. Again, similar to what Nice and Leo said, don't know if that was a breakdown in communication. Don't know if Kaizen accidentally stepped into the zone of the Loyi ultimate, but that was just incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah, either way, it did result to a pretty negative effect, and you know what? Because of that, it was just non-stop for Aurora after that. So
that's a fire headline, by the way.
That's a really fire headline. Misdiversion.
Misdiversion.
Plays. Oh my gosh.
Big yikes.
Whoever came up with that, good job. You caught that, and I think Aurora with the comeback here was cemented obviously by their decisiveness to actually take these fights whenever they could, and that's becoming a very classic Aurora thing, right? You don't back out. You don't make your opponent feel like you're scared at all of them.
Again, we've discussed this a lot before. Aurora is one of the teams that really understand the strength of their power spikes at the right time. They'll be aggressive when it's needed, and they will wait for their mid-game power spike when it's needed. TNC Pro Team seems like, yes, they understand how to take control of the early game, or maybe even the early mid-game from 1 to the 8th minute, but then they forget, or it seems like they don't acknowledge as much the power spike of their own opponents.
Power spike, man. Gotta keep it in mind.
And power spike time is, yo, come on, Kozen, if you're gonna show off the Rolex, TNC Pro Team, you gotta show off like your power zone timing understanding. Come on.
Yeah, that's a great point. I feel like get your spikes, know your heroes, guys, especially for you guys on ranked games. You don't always go for the fights, right? You always keep in mind, when am I gonna make the most impact at which specific time?
Yeah.
So, you know what? They have stuff to keep time checked, so let's see if they're gonna use that later on. But we do have another video, and this time around, it's from the other side. It's from Aurora. It's from Doming. He has a few stuff to say about us. I really wonder what that's about.
Parang hindi ko pa siya may claim na gold standard eh. Parang marami pa akong kailangan na patunayan para makarugtong sa Lex ni Kedra. So parang this season talagang papatunayan ko na the next gold standard.
All right.
Humble
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the little thing that we've been having recently about how little by little Doming's trying to prove himself as the next standard. Of course, the comparison to Kelra's gold standard. And it's good to know that the man has his eyes set on changing that. But if ever he will become the next gold standard, Dominic is a very different kind of gold laner. If Keller is like a duelist and really knows how to bully you in lane, the lane psychology, up until now the professionals say that Keller does it best. Domeng, again, understands his power spikes and knows where to find and how to find the gold for that mid-game power spike. And he's a very macro-focused guy.
Just like what we saw in the previous game, that is pretty much what you want to see in a player, especially a player that kind of treats himself like a rookie, right? The whole team, they treat themselves like rookies, and right there, and even in our VTRs and our videos, it does show. So, good job, and I guess keeping it up, you could be definitely a huge contender for the current gold standard, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Keller himself, who does seem to have a lot of competition on his plate recently.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you'll notice.
Yeah, in terms of the stats, though, we got to look at it. BennyQT and Super Marco have their own great clause to call themselves as the gold standard alongside Kelra.
We'll catch that later on, but for you guys, you know what? You got to catch the biggest Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. You also get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. So more details on that for WeTrend's official Facebook page right there. I think that's happening tomorrow as well, so watch out for that.
And that's WeTrend without an E.
Without an E. That's
so
right.
It's WeTrend.
WeTrend. Technically.
Technically.
That's a great catch.
Thank you.
Speaking of great catches, I wonder if we can catch our next item for here in the MPL arena. We're looking for the Smart Gameplays post with hashtag the power of smart. So all you need to do is just copy the pose. What kind of poses are we looking for today? Do we have a victory pose or like something like that?
Hopefully one of these days we get to see the defeat poses. Yeah, they all have that.
Yeah.
Team Liquid Philippines is sync, they're all that. Oh, no.
All right.
Got Kozen shooting up the A's.
Okay, it's a pretty easy A. It's a pretty easy A, but I guess you can also have the...
Excuse me, sir, not completely accurate in that photo.
Don't
Kozen
smile too much.
Kozen isn't smiling, folks.
Yeah,
Sorry, I had to do that.
You're right, because you have to do it the exact same way, but you know what? The camera just keeps panning back to this guy.
Yeah.
And
if you get the face of the guy that he was... Oh, there, that's close. That guy kind of looks like
Go
Kozen.
nonchalant, go nonchalant. You gotta be nonchalant. You're doing it too much, but he wins it.
He wins it. He should have the nonchalantness of the guy in glasses next to him.
Exactly, man. If you just swap out their faces.
I know I'm being a bit too technical for a quick little fan segment, but it's irking me.
It's
Congratulations.
If you have OCD, you'll know.
It's not completely accurate.
But yeah, just get
Congrats.
swap out face. You know the face swap thing, or you can people do that. Just do it,
Yeah,
guys.
that could work. That could work.
Do it for us, right? And he probably has that in the bag. So I think that guy wins a lot of stuff in game diamonds. I think so. Good job. But for now, all the shenanigans aside, as the kids say, the shenanigans. I think we have to go into draft for game number 2. And it's pretty serious here. For TNC, again, still looking for their first victory of the season.
Oh, yeah.
In the 3rd week right now. It's not an easy thing to say, honestly.
Yeah, it's tough. I believe, yeah, they've been swept in all of their matches. They have yet to find even a game number 3. So, and they've had a good amount of time to really prepare for this. They even fielded like a very Manana Evos flavored lineup. So now they're going to be on the red side, which again, very disadvantageous. After day number 1 though, and especially after that last match, the last game, the win rate is starting to balance out. Because this week we've seen a little bit more red side wins. So from 60-40 or even 61% to 39%, it's around 57 to 43% now where that's the chance of the blue side winning against the red side.
So right now, obviously, it's not always going to be picked at that side. A lot of teams still pick red as well. So I wonder if TNC is one of those teams that kind of favor that as well. But for now, they will be on the red side. And again, not missing a beat. Assassin's banned out. Not taking a risk of letting Demon Kite out on the map.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Prioritize that. It's a rush. And you know that's going to most likely go into the hands of Edward. It's now, if I'm not mistaken, 5-0 after the result of the last game. So for TNC, I really want to see them pick up the Zask. I don't want to see that in the hands of Yue. But the difficult thing is the Valentina is open. So you can go ahead and chase Assassins if you want to. With the Roger gone, you can go ahead and pick up the Harith or the Moskov.
I feel like deny picks are also a thing where you can kind of remove US corporate hero Valentina. Probably use it, but again, we're talking about like the flavors of the mid laners of TNC. That Zask is gonna come down soon, and like you mentioned, just removing it, I guess they think, you know what, we gotta secure this Zask.
Yeah. Okay, so they do pick up a Harith. The Jushin and the Valentina is open for Yue. If they want to go ahead and pick that up. If they're gonna go Jushin, they might as well pick up the Jawhead alongside it. It's shown to be a pretty fearsome combo in the mid. Aurora can also go ahead and pick up their gold laner now, so they don't have to worry about it getting banned out later. Maybe a Claude for Doming if they're okay with going for the mid-game power spike. If they want to rush it a little bit more, I don't want to suggest the Moskov, because the Moskov has been like somewhat cursed for Aurora.
I can't believe you picked that up.
Yeah.
Very early on, though, it does seem like they don't need to prioritize it. They do go for the Valentina like we kind of expected for Yue. And I guess it's a very classic mid lane matchup at this point. It's both are open. But then again, there's no need to ban the Zushin. Interestingly enough, both teams kind of just straying away from that.
Yeah, and what hurts now is this Valentina pickup. It makes TNC Pro Team think twice about... Oh, excuse me, I was about to suggest a Hylas, but it was banned in the first phase. So the roam for Escal... Ooh, they go ahead for the Hayabusa.
Very early Hayabusa. Love it. At the same time, again, comfort heroes are a thing. Seen Case and played out.
They needed to.
They do need that, right? They need that amount of physical damage because they can itemize pretty easily if you go for another route.
Yeah, and most importantly, they would have gone into the second phase with the Roger, Fanny, and the Ling already taken out. So it was just a necessity that they locked in the Hayabusa now. In terms of the bans, you will want to take out roamers for Renegade. The Edith going to the EXP lane isn't completely a sure thing, yes. But if you want to just go ahead and make sure that you control the roam mid, then you want to take out Wave the roamers. Now they take away the Lunox, which was shown yesterday as TLPH. We discussed this during day number 1, Brigadier and I, that Lunox might actually make an appearance during that day, but hey, it showed up this week.
Banned 3 times in day 2?
Yeah, banned 3 times in day 2, so gold lane Lunox is a rising possibility.
Oh, wow. You got a lot of people in the house today. I didn't notice that as much. I guess they just came in and yeah, we got some pretty familiar faces, some old teammates as well. And I like what I'm seeing. So right now, in terms of the draft, we are looking at ban on the Arlong. So they're probably still attacking that XP and roam side here.
Yeah.
I guess Tigreal would not be out of the question, I guess, for this one. Minotaur does seem to make a bit of a sense as well.
Ooh, Minotaur. In terms of the damage, if TNC decide to go into the Minotaur, might be tough. Minotaur for Aurora would be good. But as a TNC pickup against a Nolan, the Valentina, and even an Edith that will rotate more often, the Minotaur might have a difficult time. Terizla still open for TNC Pro Team, and they might go for the Heads Classic. The classic Heads pick. And them banning out the Tigreal makes me think that they might actually go for the Terizla now. For the 4th pick for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, Terizla's still a very powerful pick in the XP lane. Again, pretty surprised that it's becoming like a last phase priority right now.
Yep.
When in the first week, I feel like we've been seeing it in the first priority for most part. But yeah, I love the Terizla right now. Still pretty much very difficult to find a counter against it. No straight counters. Sometimes you just have to... It all depends on the flavor of the XP laner of that day, to be honest.
There's only like one main matchup ready for the Terizla. It's the X-Board.
X-Board, yeah.
So ban out the Jawhead, so they take away a strong formation breaker. Jawhead and the Zaz together would have been difficult to deal with in terms of if you want to have a set formation in a team fight, it will just destroy that. So if it's not the Terizla here, go ahead and pick up your Roamer for Escalera. To be okay.
All right.
Do you want to give the Grok though?
It sounds like a great idea, but it has failed in the past as well.
Okay, there's Charisma.
There is the Trizla. All right, great pickup. Now on the other side, are we going to go for the likes of a Matilda here?
Oh,
for Mr. Renegade, you know he has so many faces right now. You can never really tell what's coming out in that game.
Trying to look at the lineup of Aurora and thinking what their gold winner might be for Doming. I think Claude might be the save, or Bruno Matilda.
Yeah. But you know, knowing Doming, there it is.
Yeah, it is the Claude.
I was gonna say maybe a Moscow, but there's a Claude. Pretty safe picks. It's gonna be Aurora. Oh, sorry, not the Aurora, the Matilda.
Yeah.
They're both
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, so right now, it's gonna be up to Renegade's flavor. And they pick up, they're the ones who pick up the Grok.
Yep.
Somehow I kind of like that better.
Yeah, I agree with you. Go ahead, pick up the Grok. You take it away from Escalera. So in terms of the high invade roamers, they're pretty much gone. So it's going to be hard for TNC Pro Team to track the rotations of Demon Tide unless Escalera is just forced to go into the Cho.
Nice pick as well, right? I love it against Escalera.
So it could be a Cho. Kaja seems bleak to me right now. I'm really looking at Cho because it allows you to get information and get the pick off.
There's the Cho. Woo! Perfectly called there, Mr. Renmar.
We're on fire, man.
We on fire today. Yeah. Hey, and now picks are locked in. Obviously, it does feel like a very solid, very safe composition here for Aurora. They have so much control over the lanes, they have so much control over the objectives because of the Grok, and of course on the other side, it's more of can we pick some people up and can we get some gold on our side.
And my only question right now is, this TNC lineup could work if Hez and Escalera really just time their initiations and their entries together, make sure that their backline is ready to respond to whatever Aurora throws at them, because UA will have the ultimate of disaster available for him.
Oh yeah, that is a great point. So we're going to see a lot of nightmaric spawns. We'll see if that's going to be a case here as we head into game number 2 with throwing it over to Leo and Naisu.
Shine.
Much gratitude, Herman Santa Cruz, Carl
To Mobile Legends.
Here we are for match point over for the Auroras as TNC Pro Team tries to pull one over them to force us into game 3.
I like the fact that, you know, we get a little bit of a different setup, of course, for TNC this time around. I do want to see if they can have a better game this time around. Not to say that the early game, last game wasn't good. They can replicate that. They get a better snowball here this time around, hopefully, but they maintain it. I want to see that improvement from TNC and hopefully have less mistakes this time around for game number 2.
Which on the contrary is, you're right, Aurora is playing a very similar lineup to last game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you don't have to change much, especially, you know, looking at things here like the Hitman turning into the Grok Man. Like, he's got that allowed. The wild charges, the setups that he's known for are going to be there. You know, Edward's pretty much doing the same thing with Edith. And that's what you can expect from Rora's lineup here. And the same thing, you know, Domeng, this is a signature pick for him. I know we don't see Claude too often from other teams, but Domeng, this is a signature pick, and you have to keep track of him if you're TNC.
He's been playing Cho on a professional level for the better part of 2 years. This young man knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Looking at the mid lane, again, Yue on the Valentina. That's a trademark goal!
Well, that's already a great start. First blood going to the hands of Kazin here.
Hitman.
He's gone.
I mean, there was a very similar situation in game 1, wherein TNC tried to rotate on to Domeng. They now know that as a practice in it's a frail approach. You know,
frail approach, yeah.
He knows what's up. So they tried to catch Renegade. Whoa! Escalera, the clapback.
Yeah, well, there's a 1-for-1 basically at that point. Both, you know, kind of roamers getting taken care of. Before the first turtle's going to get taken too, Kazin will be able to secure it up. And now I'm not sure if they're still going to be looking for more possibly from it. They get the objective. Right now, TNC off to, once again, a similar start from the previous game. Nothing too crazy, though. Pretty much even in terms of economy.
I think TNC are slowly and very quickly at the same time learning on the fly. Renegade. Whoa!
Renegade could be in trouble once again. Yeah, Kazin. Good timing there from Escalera to call that, too, for Kazin. And this is the best thing about a Hayabusa. You get 2 early kills, you're pretty much set for the early game.
It is snowball. Escalera trying to bother Demon Guy, kicking him out of range. Where's this purple buff going? The retribution.
Uh-oh. Escalera, should he be able to get away? I don't know. One hit. Whoa! How? Escalera, they can't catch him. Not enough range unless.
Oh,
Renegade. I thought if he picked him up with the Guardian's Bear, I would have been like, wow, that was not expected.
I mean, Renegade is one of the prolific chos in MPL Philippines, so he would know where to hide. He would know how to get away and where he would put himself if he was that low running away from an enemy squad. But yeah, no, I was saying TNC is learning on the fly, given that they don't have to force anything. They can just take targets, take wins from the map as they come and not force them with the threat of running out of gas. I think that's what happened in game one. Like, they kind of burnt out and they kind of got gassed. And then eventually when Aurora found that window of opportunity, that golden window of opportunity, they took it.
Yeah, they took it. And that's what I'm saying. You take a lineup like this, I feel like when I look at it, it's like, all right, we set ourselves up for early game to get the gas going again, but I'm just wondering, does this lineup give enough gas in the tank to get to the long game? You know, I think that's always the question with TNC.
I think at this point they're running like 60, 70. Because again, Kaizen's sitting at 2-0 at 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is a good pace. They're putting it on cruise control and basically it's on autopilot up until they can go for more without forcing anything.
Yeah. And if they wanted to force something, it actually, like, Heads can do it again. I would say even better to an extent. On this Turismo, we've seen so many, good team fights going in favor of the teams that have the Turismo with them. Playing around the penalty zone. You can see this going to start up, though. It's going to be Escalera. Look, could not find Demon Kite that he was looking for, but the penalty zone's going to find the targets down here. Demon Kite gets the objective, and Heads has to flicker out. Escalera goes down.
And all this while, Kaizen committed Grand Theft Purple, trying to take one on Doming!
Good trade. Kaizen gets another kill, 3-0 now. A lot of gold here on the top, too.
It's a great trade.
Yeah, Renegade's a little bit too late. Nearly all the gold, but look what's happening on the other side. Trading that gold plating both sides of the map.
So far, so good, because TNC were almost running away with 1,000 gold ahead prior to that engage, prior to that minute-long sequence. And now, it's shrank down to about 500, 600 across the board. So I think Aurora are also happy with what they walked away with. Maybe the only thing that they were hoping is maybe Doming didn't die. Because again, a gold lane death this early on, it's never a good thing.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. But them getting the kill in the hands of Kaizen there like that, and Doming trying to farm up on the spawn, you know that he needs the Trinity. Look at this already. On the Blazing Duet into the Zaman Force. Both roamers also waiting in the whims here. A couple shots more for Kaizen. Gonna get forced back to the turret, but look who is joining the fight here. I'm not sure if they pressure it any longer. Heads is now part of the fight.
It's a 4v4. Gentlemen!
This has to break out. Dominator's Descent gonna be used too. They get the stun out on Yue. Yue uses his own
He's burning!
to escape. I don't think he will go down.
He's fine.
He's all right. Man, that was a whole lot of focus here in the gold lane.
It's a lot of aliens.
Yeah.
And again, it shows that Yue, after playing the Zaska game, wait, it's a duel!
Little assassin 1v1. Kaizen not able to connect on Demon Kite, just a little bit off there.
Max range shadows.
Max range.
Talking about now the exchanges, the trades so far, because of how TNC are trying to find these big, in their minds and on their clock, they've gone into it. We'll talk about it later. Kaizen dropping the Z-Force.
I think they just pressure him off. Yeah, they get the turret.
They push it. All right. In TNC's mind, and again, I would assume so properly, rightfully so, they have to speed it up because, again, Aurora are also slowly building up to a mid-game power spike.
It's the same thing as last game.
Yes. So, but I'm hoping now that they're able to do it without, and he comes the kick!
There's a kick, Way the Dragon right on target as they take out Edward. TNC able to find a kill. That's going to happen every single time. Escalera does have that available.
Luckily, it's only really happened to Renegade often, to Edward this time around, and then earlier on Doming. Once.
Yeah.
So Aurora can count their blessings and say, you know what, that might be the last of maybe the 2 more kills that TNC is going to get on us in the early to mid. As for TNC, again, they're not crossing the river as much, not until there's like 3 or 4 members ready. And wait,
whoa! Renegade was waiting in the bush for that purple take from Kaizen. Wild charges, and then look who's there to clean it up. Demon Kite! He'll be able to escape after assassinating Kaizen.
All right. What are you to do if you don't even really cross the river and your opponents are waiting there? That is Hitman things.
That is.
See, he was waiting in the corner, and he knows his contract. He knows the target was Kaizen. That's a shutdown! I was just about to wonder how many stacks on that Sky Piercer. Does he even have the Sky Piercer?
No, he just picked it up before that. So, like, he had the Sky Piercer a little bit before getting assassinated, which is tough, right?
He has, that resets it then.
Yeah.
Sadly, look at that cross map. The reward for Aurora, a push by Doming. The TNC will equalize, though, and take down this Tier 1 in bot.
All right, trades here happening, and you know, going back to it, this is what you were talking about. RORA looking to swing things here at the 8.5-minute mark, getting a little bit of a favor in terms of gold. Nothing too crazy, but TNC, how do they stop this from swinging too out of control? You know, they've been relying on Escalera to get these picks off with the way a Dragon kicks, combination with a flicker, but leading into this Lord, this is where it's really crucial.
Maybe that's one of the keys to TNC's mid-game regaining of control. Don't rely just clearly on the Escalera. I think Aurora knows that TNC wants to do that. So maybe try to get Heads involved. Look, Heads hasn't really been a part of much of these fights.
Yeah.
He's always like, I'll hold the bush, I'll hold the bush. All right, maybe not. Looking for the flicker. Penalty zone, looking for the conceal off cam kill on Doming. What?
Oh, Doming, Escalera taking a brunt of the damage from Demon Kite. Kicks him away defensively. Now he doesn't have that ability available for this Lord dance. A couple members low also from RORA. Right now, TNC trying to set up this front side.
Oh!
Kaizen not going to go in, doesn't have the shadow kill available.
Kaizen's very vindictive right now. He did not expect to die earlier on right after he picked up Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
So now he got one of the best prizes an assassin could get in any game of MLBB. Killing the gold laner.
Yeah.
All by his lonesome.
All by his lonesome. Escalera.
Uh-oh.
Trying to keep Renegade in check here. Heads now joining the fight too. There's the kick, the way of the dragon. Looking for the follow-up. Penalty zone going to be dropped down as well. Renegade taken out of the picture. Down a roamer for RORA. And now Demon Kite waiting in the winds, looking for Lancey. Dominator's Ascent can save him, and now Demon Kite's in trouble as Lancey will punish him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a flicker comes out. Edward tries to pick up a kill and will get punished as well. Kaizen picks up a kill and makes his way for the Lord. A clear sign for TNC.
God, what have you done? You fell for the Cho, and now TNC has the Lord. It started with Escalera, fancy footwork.
Yep.
All right, look at this, and then off camera, it was first Doming taken down, and then eventually DK said, you know what, we need to get something back. I'm gonna burst down Lancey, and then Lancey kills him, and then next thing you know, Edward is overextending, and then it led to that free pick off one more time. What was that, a minute-long sequence that led to TNC's clean Lord take?
It was a good overlapping of the utility that they brought to the fight. You mentioned this even before it broke out, man. Heads had to do something too. His penalty zone off that way the Dragon was what really locked down the key targets for them to lead to the advantage they had. And look at this, Kaizen once again putting the pressure with the shadow kill. Can't get UA though. They have the Lord now in the mid lane. Should be able to take care of these tier 2 turrets. TNC in their favor. Game number 2, looking to knock on the base turrets of RORA.
Look at this. For the first time in this whole best of 3, game 2, TNC in full control. 11 minutes in, about 3,000 gold ahead. They're forcing Aurora to try and punish them for pushing in deep. TNC gonna hold their ground, maintain control, and see, I think that they understood that, all right, around this time in the game, around this pace, Aurora's going to try to look for the same conceal play, the clapback.
Yeah.
This is what happened in game 1. TNC's like, no, we won't.
Learning from game number 1, I'd say, you know, for the most part.
They're so fast on the pickup.
Yeah, the way that they're playing this one. Looking for it once again. Double trouble here under the tier 2 as Demon Kite goes down. Escalera trying to escape. He's going to get away with his life somehow. Into the penalty zone they go, forcing him down. Renege's gone, and TNC comes striking back as UA's in trouble as well. 4 down for RORA. It's only Doming versus the full force of the Phoenix. TNC takes out the turret, and now they get primed and ready to lock down the base. TNC will get game number 2 and take it to game 3.
The Phoenix Army in the MPL arena erupt in the blink of an eye, Joseph. A spark. TNC take it.
The Embers. They've got the Embers. They're ignited. TNC needed this. It looked a little dicey like game number 1 was going to happen, but they turned it around.
One hell of a recovery. Look at the smile on all these young men's faces. Let's throw it over to the Infinix in the bio. Rockhart and Lemar Santa Cruz.
I mean, I would smile. I would smile that way if I got that W. That was a very decisive win there from TNC this time around, where we saw a lineup that had many points of possible failure rates, like a missed kick on a CC Immune Grok, and a lot of stuff like that, but they still pulled it off.
That's why, chat, trust me. All right, please trust me when I say that there's a chance that this lineup could really take control and win the game. They just have to get a key component right. Just time Escalera and Heads well with their entries, then they're good. Why? Because they have a Zask with them and they have a Hayabusa. The MVP of the game is Kaizen 9-1-4, aggressive at the right time. One of the key themes for the story of this game so far has been timing, and Kaizen peak great timing for this game number 2.
I mean, if you can pull off a one-man shadow kill, I mean, you definitely have something going for you in terms of timing, and he pulled that off beautifully. And again, it was behind pretty good sets, and especially against an Edward that, like you mentioned, was already undefeated on that Edict. They were the first ones to give it to him.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you pointed that out. TNC Pro Team are the first team to dish out a loss for Edward's Edict. And it was a great start. All you need to do, if you have a Hayabusa on your side, is give information. And that's what Escalera did. We were talking about this behind the scenes, Rockhart, that Cho is a high invade, high aggression, but low protect type of hero. He can give information, be aggressive, and temper the rotation of the opposing team, but he cannot protect, which is good that we're actually highlighting Kaizen here, because there were times where he was getting invaded. His purple buff was getting taken away, his jungle was getting pressured, but no, TNC Pro Team responded to it well, and this was key. Lancy getting away and Kaizen coming in for the shadow kill. Fast hands by Lancy as well in this game as that Zask.
Yeah, and there were so many times where, you know what, Escalera looked like he was going to mess up a little bit, but he didn't.
Yeah.
That is key. He did not die in those split seconds. Again, denying further gold and denying further momentum for Aurora in this matchup. And now going this one, you know what, the stats are pretty one-sided this time around.
Yeah, good rush with the main damage items here for Lancy. He went for the 2-1s, Glowing and Genius, and then would go on into the DG as well. So really just never letting go of the power spike of that Zask. Heads decided to go for the War Axe priority, build components before he prioritized going into the Dominance Ice. This has been a unique thing about Heads, where in game number 1, we saw that little different item build that he did. Build components first before building a full-on second item. And of course, Escalera, he rushed the anti-Karas and then would go into the Athena shield as well. The little shield that he would get from that alleviated the burst that could be dished out on him. Yeah, the little shield. I was wondering, like, what did you say? Oh, the little shield, yeah. And of course, the little shield that he gets as well from the Shrimp Hose.
And all that just compounded into, again, kills against a team that usually is very good in skirmishing. That's Aurora. And they were able to get away with it. You know what? There were also some early kills that could have happened for TNC, but again, people just keep getting out of harm's way by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
But somehow, at some way, at the mid-game, finally, their discipline paid off. And they got the kills they needed to get that ball rolling.
Yeah, discipline, a little bit of luck, and that added up to fully paid Kozen being able to farm up 839 GPM. He is the rich guy. Of course, we saw Kaizen carry, and with Heads getting the best wingman here, it made a lot of sense. Because, again, beside Escalera, as long as they get their timing right, this lineup would have really worked. And it did. Because, as you mentioned, for this lineup of TNC Pro Team, there's a lot of room for error. There's a lot of times where you could go, if you don't get this right, you will mess up. But they responded to that well, and with what you mentioned, with them getting away by the skin of their teeth with just a little bit of HP that allowed them to counter what Aurora was doing to them.
Yeah, so many things could have actually gone wrong. A wrong kick in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
A shadow kill that didn't go to the right target.
Happens a lot.
And again, it's a Rizla that might miss because people always expect it, right? So with the penalty zone. So right now, everything just aligned. The stars aligned, even though they didn't use a Zodiac skin.
Yeah.
And it really is. I don't know why. It's just good. Jesus, guys. for this one though, I feel like what's TNC gonna come up after this though? That's I think that's the next big question. How do you actually compound the win or secure the win after this?
One of the things I would say is if they could just rush the Zask, make sure
Rush
that
the
ends
Zask.
up in the hands of Lancey. Because we were talking earlier about how Lancey is a backline type of mage, right? He's what we call an artillery mage. He does really well with the Eves, the Novaria. But there's another great frontline mage, a little bit closer to the team fighting that he does well with, which is the Theramis. Now, him ending up with a Zask, I know it's not like a Theramis, but Theramis can make a play on his own in a way, in terms of just like, I'll go forward, Ghost Bursters, I'll deal the damage, I'll use my Netherrealm, come join me. The Zask is that way in the sense that, alright, I'll just Dominator's Descent in here, I'll damage, push them back, Escalera heads where you at, join me. Kaizen where you at, go in with a Shadow Kill. So it allows Lancey to play the type of mid laner he is, which is, whether it be from the back or from the front, he can make plays on his own.
And we do see the Paramis kind of get banned out earlier. So I think that's in the minds of both of our coaches right now. And I would not be surprised if it does make an appearance later on. And again, compounding heroes like maybe the Jawhead or the Hylos. These are things that you really have to watch out for. And again, apparently, the whole world found out, you know what, Kaizen's Hayabusa is someone you got to watch out for. He's 9-1 in that game.
Yeah, and Kaizen made a name for himself with the Rising Stock of Manana Evos last season as a great retribution jungler, great utility jungler as well. It's good to see that he has an opportunity to shine with something like a Hayabusa. Now I'm thinking that it's not too crazy of an idea that maybe down the line, if not in the next game, maybe in the next series of TNC Pro Team, the one after that, we might see TNC draft a little bit more like RSG and pick up a Lancelot for Kaizen.
And again, historically, a very, very good hero for Kaizen, aside from the picks, the Roger picks that, you know, usually are forced by teams like Minana before. You know what? Why not? I feel like the Lancelot, I don't know if you guys agree, but the Lancelot can kind of make a resurgence. Erad, the Mechanic, the Mad Rad, the Eradicator.
The Mad Rad. I like that. Did you just come up with that?
Yesterday.
The Mad Rad?
He's a Mad Rad.
I like that.
He's a Mad Lad and a Mad Rad. So I wonder if, you know, other teams like TNC can emulate that, because I feel like the Lancelot is a little bit underrated right now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of room for error right now for a Lancelot, mainly because of we saw the building of more Thunderbelts for that. So you get to deal that true damage, of course, but then at the same time, you get the stacking defensive bonuses that you get from the Thunderbelt. So it sort of brings back the idea of that tank lance.
Semi-tanks-a-lot.
Semi-tanks-a-lot, which again was started by TNC Pro Team back in MPL Philippines Season 9 with the whole full build tank Lancelot idea.
Unsurprising, right? I would not be surprised to see it again.
Yeah.
But then again, that's still a lot of, you know, teams still have to figure it out in scrims. So they won't just use it right away on the stage. It has to come out somewhere. And usually that's the scrims where, obviously, we don't know as well. We don't watch them. We can't. I would if I could, but I can't, so I shan't. But right now, obviously, there's, aside from that, Kaizen's definitely only one factor, right? It's only one factor where TNC can actually shine.
Yeah.
Now, I think the bigger factor that you mentioned earlier is the Heads Escalera combo. Like, how's that coming along, right? So far, I think in game 2, they were able to get away with, you know, kind of being separated a little bit.
Yeah.
But what will happen if they face an Aurora that wants to group up all the time? That's a good question. Because earlier they couldn't group up as much because Doming was always farming.
Yeah.
He had to come in later, so their fight was around 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Aurora, TNC Pro Team understood that this window for them, the first 8-9 minutes of the game is when they have to be aggressive and continue doing that. So now that we know TNC Pro Team loves that early snowball, right?
Yeah.
Is it not too far-fetched to think that maybe down the line, TNC Pro Team, if the Cho won't work out for Escalera, will they be willing, as long as maybe the Ruby is on their side, that they play assassin type of roamer similar to Baloyski and Geek Fam? Playing the Hellcurt, even though he's one of a kind. Play the Natalia roam. Lately, we saw Agata Katja get picked up by Baloyski. And with how Filipino teams are team fighting and drafting, the gacha might make sense.
I wonder. And I wonder if our streamers, our official streamers from Southeast Asia, from MENA, from South Asia and North America, do you guys agree? Do you think Get Out the Rome could make a comeback here in MPLPH? Let us know.
So.
And also scan that QR code now if you also want to be a restreamer.
Yeah.
We're looking for restreamers here.
Yeah. Get diamonds.
Get some diamonds.
Lots and lots of diamonds.
It's such a fun time when
Too
you're
much
just
count.
you're just lounging out on your couch and you just
Yeah.
have a camera on. You're talking about the game.
Yeah, I can't lean back too much because if I do, it's like, whoa, he looks like he's part of the couch.
No,
so I gotta like go a little bit forward, man.
You know, I mean our restreamers, they're just at home.
Oh, you're talking
You
about
know,
the restreamers. All right,
They're
okay.
so fun. You can just watch at home. You talk to your viewers. You know what?
Yeah.
These guys are pretty fun. Anyway, we're going to the draft, guys. So let's go ahead and watch what's going to happen here in game number 3. Probably not Get Out on Rome, but we're looking for something spicy here. For Aurora, I feel like consistency has always been their key point.
Yeah.
Right?
For Aurora, consider Aurora. Legit. Like, okay, I'm not just saying it for the pun, but with how TNC Pro Team are playing right now,
Yeah.
an Aurora might actually be good for you.
And you know what? The Aurora also gets practiced a lot by TNC. So it's kind of a denied pick as well.
Yeah.
I know Hatred's not here. Happy birthday, by the way. Belated happy birthday to Mr.
J. Lord
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Mr. Hate. He's in the aquarium with the teams.
The aquarium.
We kind of greeted him a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But he's not playing today. But yeah, happy birthday to that guy. But yes, going back to my point, he does practice that a lot. So I wonder if Lancey also says, you know what, I also have to practice that for the team.
Yeah.
Because the team might be used to having Aurora in our lineup.
Yeah, I can double check that if TNC Pro Team does have already played the Aurora for Lancey. Yeah, Lancey's already had one game with the Aurora. He also, other than the Aurora, Loiza, so we've seen the 2 out of the 3 heroes right now of the hero pool. Excuse me, yeah, 2 out of the 3 of the known hero pool of Lancey for this season. We have yet to see the Aurora. But they're the ones who ban out the Hayabusa for themselves.
All right, so we'll see a different flavor of Kaizen this time around. And I guess that's actually a good thing if you think about it. You know what? Just try not to get that thing focus panned out too much.
Yeah. Huh. What are they going to ban out, though? Jushin's been snubbed, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
So she's not as feared as a pick anymore.
At least for this series. At least for this series. Because in other series, obviously the Jushin is still first wave priority. First phase, rather. First phase priority.
Zask, just go ahead, pick it up. Aurora might adjust and pick up someone else.
Oh, I lost.
Okay.
All right.
I really wish that they got the Zask already for Lancey, because Aurora could just pick it up now. I mean, I understand picking up the high loss, it makes your opponents think twice about picking up the Zask.
Oh, yeah.
But Aurora showed in game number 1, they don't really care. They'll still just go ahead and pick it.
Yeah, and at this point, if someone goes for the Zask, someone's definitely going to go for an Eve. Sorry, a Valentina, rather.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is Eve, what the heck. So, yeah, either way, you're going to have Dominators sent for either side, and sometimes it's not always the case.
Yeah. Edith, I think. Oh, okay. No, they go Phobius Zask. They cover out dashes. I would like a go ahead and pick up a Jawhead right now for Escalera. The problem with that is the Ruby's still open, so maybe not. Oh, it's the Faramis! Hey, we were talking about this earlier.
Right! The Faramis Hylos, the powerful combination, unkillable!
Oh, right, yeah.
Unkillable!
So, wait, no, if that's the case, then this is going to be a Roam high loss, not an EXP high loss.
That's correct. Most likely. So, I don't think they're going to flex that.
Might be a little bit too early, though. Go ahead and pick out the Claude, Aurora. It's okay.
Or XP Hylos, Roam Faramis, mid Julian. Again, just permutations that you can think of. Unlikely, it's unlikely, I know, but it can. If Wolf gets a little,
okay,
we'll make things spicy.
Yeah, we'll put a pin on that. It's been a while since the Roam Faramis has worked, but we'll put a pin on that. Huh? Okay, yeah, they go for the Nolan. Well, of course, yeah. It's just the typical Nolan-Julian trade when all the other assassins are gone. Don't think we're gonna see any too crazy picks here.
Unlikely. It's unlikely. Obviously, the Bruno is is becoming a priority apparently for some teams, starting yesterday, I think. And I don't blame him. I feel like the Bruno can kind of work around the Zask, has a lot of mobility, and can really dish out some damage against that Nightmare spawn as well.
Aurora can first pick the Tigreal if they want to, going up against the Faramis and all that. So they take out the Heads Classic.
Sounds like great combo. You know? Heads Classic. And of course, keeping Dobbing in mind, as usual.
Are they going to take out the Claude too?
I think that's probably the next ban for Wolf, right?
Yeah.
For TNC here. And for Master the Basics, who is he thinking about here? Does he even want to bother with the gold lane ban?
For the gold lane, they're starting to take stuff out.
That's a lot of stuff out, actually.
Yeah, and right now I don't think TNC Pro Team can afford to go double fighter side lanes. So, yeah, maybe take out a gold laner, knowing that you're already the 4th pick. They can consider it.
How's the Ruby looking?
For which
for TNC here?
Not good.
Not good.
It might actually be okay for roll. Okay, they take out the carry. So you take out the carry, the Claude will be left open. If you take out the Claude, they're gonna be left with digging deep into the Ixias, the Beatrixes, the Nathans. Although Gold Ruby might actually work for RORA, not gonna lie.
For RORA, right.
Yeah.
And their main DPS.
Oh, those are so adorable.
I know, right? It's Hatred's birthday, right? There it is.
That's
Happy
so
birthday,
sweet.
Mr. J Lord. Hope you're having fun right there in the back. Obviously celebrating with the rest of the team for their first game victory.
Yeah.
Then again, job's not done.
I feel like Hatred would want a series win for the team as a birthday gift.
That would be something. That would be something.
Oh, see, they take out the Nathan.
Sun's out. The claw's gonna get insta-locked here, 100% or 55%.
Yeah.
Not actually sure. But it could be a pretty good one. Again, dealing with the Nether Realm. That's always the thing that you always have to think about.
Yeah. Go later, pick up the Tigreal now.
Oh yeah,
You
Tigreal
desperately need a roamer. That can't be a Matilda. Again, if it's not the Claude, it's the Tig. It is the Claude.
It's the Claude.
Easiest Claude pickup of all time.
Yeah, they didn't even think about
Now
it. Now
they can honestly go Tigreal. Oh, is it Bruno Matilda for them?
Shouted Bruno.
Yeah, that was midnight.
That was midnight. Okay.
Who is it? Oh, Edith is still open, by the way.
For XP? This could be
in general, for both. Because Renegade could go Edith or Tig. It can go Edith EXP for heads. Roam the High Loss, paired up with the Faramis, as you mentioned. In terms of the matchup, though... Oh, yeah, you'll have the crowd control to be a good stopper. I think they're trying to pick for Escalera. What? Is it a... Oh, it is a Tig. So they take it away from Renegade.
All right, so XP High Loss is in, right? So doesn't necessarily have to go with the Faramis, apparently.
They can't go Jawhead because they're lacking the front. They can't go Matilda. It's a little bit too squishy. They're stuck with a Grok. They can consider the Matilda, but it's difficult, man.
Or the Minotaur.
Oh, yes, the Minotaur would be good.
Who's that? It's an Edith.
Yeah, it's the Edith that we
All right, so
mentioned,
they're
okay.
still sticking with your front line, and they also kind of need damage as well in the mid game, right? They're thinking about that mid game damage that the Edith can actually output as well.
Yeah, you have the early burst from the Nolan, late game sustained damage from the Claude. You have the Edith, Phoveus, and Zaz to be your bridge into the late game. TNC Pro Team have the Julian, the Faramis together, the High Loss to control from the EXP, as it is a roam Tig. The Bruno. All bases are covered for both teams.
Right. I don't see anyone actually coming out on top here.
Yeah, it might boil down to if Aurora or to which team can play the map better. Because Aurora might actually be able to run circles on TNC Pro Team in terms of the macro map control.
Right. And for TNC, they have the wombo combo. Again, pretty easy to mess up. If they do mess it up, it's going to be critical. But if they do make it work, it could be the thing. So what do Leo and Naisu think about that, though, as we head into the Land of Dawn?
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
I personally think it's very rare that a team gets caught out in the last phase. That was obviously TNC just baiting out the Claude.
Yeah. I think Rockhart even mentioned it. You know, he went from 100% to 50% on the Claude.
Like, wait,
But it does make sense. I mean, at the same time, Domeng, maybe it's also like, you know, he wants to have it. Obviously, the last game, Game 2, he wasn't able to utilize the Claude as probably he wanted to. So Game 3, now he gets a chance to do it again, and maybe better this time around. Because this lineup that we see from TNC, man, they want to fight just around everything that they can, the fairness especially for Lancey.
Yep, they have such early presence, like 1 or 2 skills is enough. And look at that, they just outnumber Aurora, and they just dominate and take the Little Wonder. Like, there's nothing Aurora could do.
Yeah, this is, and like not only that, but I think Kozin so far, picking up this Bruno again, like we saw previously.
Bruno.
He's going to have a great time, you know, going 1v1 against Domeng, at least for now. I think that'll change, especially if we get that late game and then the Claude is online, has that Trinity, and they can work through that. But right now, it's going to be up to this. Both roamers. Look at Escalera.
DK.
A couple shots. Gets the flicker defensively. Kazin, Lancey, do they still want more? Retribution going to be used too. Drags him in a little bit further. TNC, though, will be able to escape and stay alive.
Joseph, he's not faint. You see how Demon Guy was like, all right, cycling out way. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
JK.
You want some?
Yeah.
You want some? I'm happy to see that Aurora do not want to take this lying down, but this is the first time we've seen TNC actually get some momentum series-wide.
Yeah.
Usually they're very strong early, mid, and then they just gas out. Here, they're coming off a big win, and they could score their very first point in Season 14. Maybe Aurora is thinking, hey, they might be vulnerable to little micro mistakes.
Little micro mistakes themselves. I would say both teams obviously had their share of those throughout the series. Little ooskies. You guys probably caught some of those, but really what it comes down to is game number 3. And I would say both teams obviously learning throughout the series here already, kind of making their adjustments. I don't know if this is going to play a part too, but you guys saw it here on the international stream. We got Hatred's birthday buff maybe for TNC to get them that first point.
That's right. J-Lord watching from the sidelines, switching it up with Lancey now on the Faramis. Check out bottom lane. Kozin pushing back, Doming. And now the fight breaks out.
Heads going to drop the Glorious Pathway, and now the fight for this turtle. Still going to break out. Edward jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit. But Kazin will pick up the objective. A big implosion going to come through. They collapse down, but Heads is taken care of. First one to go down in the exchange, and now Kazin. Enhanced swords out. He's back to safety. Only one down, but RORA, they get a kill, trade it for the objective.
Look at this. Domeng, despite getting so close to death, looking for the creep steal. Escalera knows, does he?
Oh, you know, he's okay. He did all those shots not to get it.
Not to get it. I mean, he was going to freeze the lane anyways.
Yeah.
Kozin gets sent back home, able to top up and then farm back up. Heads here going to try to stop Edward from a recall.
Oh, Heads does it. Edward, though, he's tanky enough. Heads is just kind of, you know, wants to annoy him a little bit here in the top side from going back.
I think that's a successful technical knockout, man. Yeah. He sends back Edward and then denies him the plating.
Yeah, true.
That's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Value.
Heads. Got a good head on his shoulders.
He's thinking with his head, man.
Yeah. It's a heads-up play if you ever and on a micro scale, right? And that's what allows TNC to grab the gold lead back. And then it's going to swing now. Demon Kite picking up the Blade of Heptases here, so he's going to get real bursty. I reckon Kozin has to protect himself. Oh!
And again, an implosion going to be used, and it's Renegade the first to go down. There's the cutoff for the Glorious Pathway. They're going to run down. RORA Heads picks up a kill himself. And TNC, a decisive play, ends up coming out on top. Still looking for more, though, possibly the pressure down on this bottom side.
Wow.
Yeah, Domeng's like, nope, I just saw that, I'm out of here.
Did you see that? Again, 2 genius plays back-to-back. Number 1, such an early ube from TNC. Who would have thought that there would be 5 members of TNC in that bush and in that river at 4 minutes? That's what caught him off guard. And then eventually, again, kudos to Domeng. He could have hidden in the tier 1 and 2 sandwich bush, but he hid in the far bush down bottom.
Yeah.
It was first checked in the back, but eventually Aurora knew the call. Domeng, hide here. TNC couldn't find him.
I think that's what they have to wait for, too, is Domeng, obviously, to hit that power spike himself. But RORA will get the second turn of the game, so they at least even out the objectives in terms of that, but still looking, of course, for that first turret to get taken down as well. Both teams here, though, you know, relatively even. I think it's all going to come down to this point where it's like, which roamer is going to find that setup first. A lot of the times, Escalera's been doing a fantastic job. Heads has been just the cutoff, but this is where we have to see Renegade with the Edith.
It's so much easier for TNC. They have so many layers of CC and even health that the margin of error is so big that they're allowed to make mistakes. They're allowed to force Aurora to make errors themselves and not get punished. Looking at the item game here again, there's about 1,000 between Demon Kite and Kaizen. Kaizen on his way to a Feather of Heaven. And then looking at Kozin and Doming. How big was that gold lead? I was looking at the
gold lane.
Clause, yeah.
For the gold lane, it's not too much of a lead. Like this time around, Doming's done a better job at keeping the gold closer,
farming it up, just getting there.
Part of that too is just because, you know, if he has to, like if he's in danger, he can just blazing do it in the wave. Obviously, right? Renegade gonna make the decisive play on Kozin. Kozin won't be able to escape Demon Kite this time around. And that's just how fast it can happen. At a split second, RORA or TNC can decide to initiate. Conceal going to be used here, but they just want to save the turret from going down.
That's why a super fan from 2021 called him the Hitman.
The Hitman.
It's been 3 years
Who
since
was
that
that
name stuck. I don't know. I just heard about it. All right, we got a final turtle spawning upper quarter, about 10 seconds. Aurora holding their ground in a bush for TNC. Kaizen reveals himself, and already a lane swap by Heads.
Yeah, going with a swap. Doming's still, you know, the bottom part of the map here. He's probably going to rotate too. You see this Turtles up, third one. RORA's going to start it up, take the positioning. They might just grab this too.
They can burst it.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen here. TNC decides to not go for it, pay attention elsewhere. So little by little, RORA has found themselves in a better position to go toe-to-toe against TNC.
That's right. Aurora used their rotational speed. Because again, look at Doming, look at Demon Kite. They are much, much faster on the pickup. They can just go from lane to lane, and TNC have to check in. TNC have to know that, all right, they're not here. We're a half a step behind. And then look, they're able to push. Bottom lane, though, still standing, tier 1. Great man-to-man defense by Heads. But again, Doming a half step ahead, able to take advantage of top.
And this is the hard part here for TNC is also trying to keep tabs on Doming, because if you just let him do this on Claude, you know that at some point he's going to be locked in. He's going to be just chunking down your tankier members as well. And it's tough to catch him. So TNC, they're kind of forced to just kind of stay together, have their own form of this Ube strategy in a way where they got to play around Lancy, they got to play around Escalera. Where's he going to get those implosions? But hopefully Kozin can shine on the Bruno, because still great damage there, especially in the mid game.
And that's what makes TNC's game plan so simple. Beautiful. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Again, Heads trying to get out of here, but he can't take any pathway through that. RORA finding a good pickup here.
Heads is rolling. I wonder what the play there was. The rest of TNC were very far off. He pressed the Revitalize. So something tells me he was calling for an actual fight.
Yeah, I guess so.
Unless they were buying time elsewhere, but Aurora have those lanes locked down.
Yeah, every lane is just, in favor of Aurora right now, so not sure on that either. And you got 20 seconds for this Lord to be up. Aurora definitely, managing the waves they need to. They might still put some pressure in the mid lane, or just kind of let that tier 1 stand. But you can see them already centering up around the objective here. So TNC, with the lineup they have, they got to go in full bore, full swing, and Kozin, especially Kozin here, he's got to keep track of the positioning. That's the only thing that's worrying here for TNC's gold laner is positioning. If it's out of place, his flicker's down, then he doesn't have the slide, he's going to be in trouble.
Even Edward can catch him off guard. Demon Guy can burst him. He definitely needs to protect himself. Luckily, there is a Faramis, a Nether Realm to get him top, ready to reposition. Lord Shuffle already commenced. Approaching half health. Look at how fast Dominator's dealing damage. Roar's pathway by Heads.
Drop down, looking for UA. UA goes in with the Dominator's descent. Now fires back at Heads. Heads in trouble this time. The Demon Kite goes in, and an implosion's going to find multiple members. But it's not enough as Escalera's taken out of the picture. Doming fires back in the backside and takes out Kaizen. Now Renegade goes down and extends, but there's the blazing duet from Doming as Kozin holds down the mid lane.
Joseph, you talked about it. The positioning of Kozin might be key. The fragility of one Bruno compromised TNC's damage output, which led to a winning trade for Aurora. 3-2. Make it 4-2. Lassie just respawned.
Oh man, I gotta throw it out there. I wish I had a soundboard every time I played Claude and Blazing Do It. For that sound.
Don't you put up the isn't that the in-game sound? That was the in-game sound.
That was the in-game sound, okay.
What are you talking about?
I guess playing with the wrong voice back.
Let's get back to the Lord Shuffle. Edward and Escalera on Lord duty. Pulling them back and forth, back and forth. And again, look at the long lane control, Joseph.
So good.
Look at Domeng. He's playing with some of the architects of the Lord Dance, evolved through 2021, 2022, 2023, mastered the basics. Dexter, Edward, even Ewan knows what to do in a Lord fight.
Again, the focus on heads. They want to take him out quickly, and Implosion's going to be able to find multiple. Renegade taken out of the picture for now when Edward jumps in the backside. He's taken out. Kozin trying to fire back, still trying to stay alive, but they're pushed off the fight. Domeng goes down though, so we're back possibly to the stalemate. DemonKite and Yue left alive.
They underestimated the AOE from TNC. Two keys. Number one, they didn't take Kaizen first. In the past team fights, it was Kaizen who was taken down like maybe first or second.
Yeah.
So that's what allowed Aurora to lean hard on those fights then. But now look at that, like a trampoline, multiple knockups, multiple damages sources, both magic and physical. And again, Kozin was able to kick that ball freely.
The fight for the Lord. Kaizen takes a ton of damage. Yue somehow secures the Lord, and now Escalera forces the fight, finds DemonKite. Will be able to take him down, but RORA gets the objective. Yue's out of there, and there's the chase from Edward. He wants more. With the Infernal Pursuit, goes in with wave 2 and fights under the tier 2 turret. Renegade will go in, gets the knockup, and now Heads is rolling again on the floor as the tier 2 goes down. It's only Kozin left alive to defend.
It's just the Zens. The first Lord scored by Aurora. Marching down bottom. Big fat waves ushering in from top and mid. Aurora just in a single moment. It didn't have to be Kaizen or Kozin first. It was just their front lines taken down, and suddenly TNC couldn't clap back.
They will take care of the Lord, but they lose that base turret down bottom side. Hey, we've seen this time and time. The pendulum.
This hurts extra for TNC.
Yeah.
The long lane is the penetrated lane, and they're facing off against a Claude.
A Claude. And you know, when you were talking about wave management, trying to keep this together, a Claude is like the biggest problem you can have in that case.
The only thing that's worse is a Fanny or a Ling. Or a Chip. There's long lane control.
Yeah.
TNC have to macro out of their minds.
I'd sprinkle a Moskov in there too.
That too, yeah,
You can
exactly.
just, you know,
exactly, that too.
SOD up to the fight.
Yeah.
But at this point, TNC backs against the wall. You know, you can see how far this pendulum has swung. Now, you mentioned this earlier, Leo, is as long as Kaizen isn't the first to go down, or at least, you know, their front line stays healthy enough to get those ultimates placed correctly.
Checklist.
The checklist is there. They can still win a team fight.
For sure.
Because even looking at the items, like, they're in fighting form. They are able to fight off. The only thing is Kozin, you know, he doesn't have that defensive item advantage that Domeng has. He has the wind of nature.
He doesn't have room to build it.
Exactly.
He doesn't have room to build it. He literally
there he is. He
a
just got
glass cannon. There it is. All right. So that's his only defensive item. He can defend himself from DemonKite and Domeng, but he can't against Yue.
Okay.
I don't think he can even defend himself against Edward.
Oh.
Conceal!
They want to fight this. Conceal can be used with Glorious Pathway, and Edward jumping in again with the Infernal Pursuit.
Whoa!
They're going to get a huge knockup here. The Winter's Crown's going to be used as well, and Domeng fires off the backside of the Blazing Duet, pops the Wind of Nature, and focuses on Heads. Lancey and Kozin running to base. The full force of RORA still alive.
That was team fighting excellence. Renegade finding the back angle, making the most of that full combo, taking down 3, and it's free. Aurora in the base.
Only 2 left, waiting for the rest of the team. Deleted off the map here, and RORA will take this series in a 2-1 fashion.
It's lights out for TNC as the Northern Lights take the series 2-1.
Oh, RORA swinging the pendulum ever in their favor here. And TNC wanted that fight. They forced that fight. And they got punished there for RORA to take game 3.
If you have a rover with killer instincts like Renegade does, you keep that rover.
Yep.
You hold him down. You sign him for 6 years, and you never let him go. Amazing work by Aurora. My heart goes out to TNC because in a fair fight, Joseph, in a fair fight, they would have won 9 times out of 10.
They would have won. It's just, I don't know, again, like even looking at this version of TNC, it looks better. There's improvement.
It has promise.
It has promise, it has hope. But still, in some of those, moments in this game 3 even, it's like, man, what are they looking for here in some of these instances?
I can count in one hand over all 3 games the key things they could work on.
Yeah.
Things they could have done better. And folks watching at home, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. You know those diversion plays in game 1. You know those odd engages in game 3. GG well played. The Phoenix Army appreciating their squad, walking out of the arena. Great work by both teams. But first off, we're going to talk to Aurora on stage with Mara Aquino.
All right, everybody, make some noise for Aurora MLBB. Congratulations. Medyo kinabahan kami para sa inyo after game 2. What happened there?
Siguro po parang naging maganda lang yung ikot nila. Siguro naging snowball yung sila. Tapos ayun, nagtuloy-tuloy yung execution nila.
But you've made your fans very proud with this win. Actually, gusto kong balikan yung video mo kanina. Napanood mo ba yung video mo? Nasabi mo, malayo ka pa para sa next standard. Kasi yun ang bansag sa'yo ngayon, the next standard. But you said, you're gonna do everything you can para maging deserving. So sa tingin mo, ano pa ba yung mga kailangan mong gawin para you feel you deserve that moniker, the next standard?
Siguro more grind and champion.
Mag-champion. All right. Let's see about that. And you guys have a great chance this season. Rana J, ang ating MVP nung Game 1, they were all screaming out your name. Actually, pansin namin, kahit nung mga previous series, pag ikaw ang nagta-tie grill, palaging pang My Day, pang highlights. So sa lahat ng mga nagta-tie grill dyan, ano nga ba yung mga tips mo para sa kanila?
Hintayin nyo lang mauna yung kalaban. Hindi, unahan nyo lang yung mga walang purify para pag nahuli mo, patay na agad yun.
Yun nga, alam mo, sabi kanina, may naririnig ako, naka-flicker si Rene J. Ito naman, yung next nyo, maybe will be your biggest match yet. This is against FCAP. So,
TLPH.
TLPH, sorry, against TLPH. So, meron ka bang, alam mo sa sobrang palaging grand finals ng dalawa na may mix-up ko sila eh. So, against TLPH. So, ano nga ba prediction mo sa magaganap sa next matchup nyo?
Try namin 2-0 kasi sila lang yung pag-aandaan namin this week eh. Sila lang yung kalaban namin, so try namin 2-0.
Sige nga, ano ang palag mo sa buong TLPH?
Hindi na nagpapahinga si Demon Kite.
And now, i-announce natin ang ating MVP of Game 3. Let me hear you say it. Sino sa tingin niyo ang MVP? Let's take a look at the screen. The MVP for Game 3 is Edward! Edward! Okay, wait lang, layo natin yung mic. Alright, ano ang gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng RORA fans? Once again, sold out kayo.
Ayun. I-follow nyo rin yung Aurora page namin tsaka subaybayan nyo yung watch party ng Aurora.
Congratulations! Ito naman, we're gonna announce the winner, our lucky fan that will get 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hello! Wow, with merch and everything. Come right here. Dito ka. Ganda naman nito. Nakuha mo sa labas?
Yes po, nako.
Pakita mo yung face mo. Ayan, no? Ayan. What's your name?
Maverick po.
Maverick. Katapat mo, I can guess, your favorite team. Nandyan sa face. Sino favorite player mo dito?
Siyempre, si Demon Kite.
Demon Kite! Demon Kite, lapit ka. Bakit si Demon Kite?
Kasi since sa since before nung nasa RSG pa po siya, medyo versatile na siya maglaro and sobrang galing niya as in kahit nakapag-worlds na siya sa MSC. Naka-MSC na rin.
Anong gusto mo sabihin? Katapat mo siya. Demon Kite, hawak ko siya dito, nagva-vibrate siya. Nervous na nervous siya. Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Demon Kite?
Sana syempre sa bagong team, sana mag-champion kayo and sana makapag-M6 rin kayo dito this year.
Tinan mo, pumipiyok pa.
Thank you.
Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Salamat sa pagsuporta palagi yan. Lagi kong bibigay yung best ko kada game.
Pwede po, hug po. Hug.
Hug daw. Gusto daw niya mag-request. Pwede daw ba? Hug? Ayan.
Kiss to victory! Kiss to victory!
Congratulations! At magbow ka with the team, all right? You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory! Congratulations to Aurora MLBB! Pagkatapos ng Game 2, sinigurado na nila that they're gonna close out strong with game number 3, and we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
And there you have it, another victory under the belt for Aurora MLBB. Again, it was kind of, when you see Renjay going like that, it's just hard to really mess against that, right?
Yeah, I really thought it was going to be a difficult game for the Phobius, but no, Edward just timed his entries really well. Flapteasy himself before mentioned that as a Phobius, you really just have to wait for your timings. TNC Pro Team had so many heroes, so many stuns, pullbacks, that implosion to counter an entry by the Phobius, but Edward waited for the right time and just jumped on the heads of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, for MVP's highlights here for the Phobius, I think our casters mentioned it the best, right? It felt like he was on a trampoline. And again, this was a lineup that definitely could capitalize on the, the movement of TNC here. And love that zoom in, by the way, with the implosion set into play here. Once more for Escalera. They were waiting for it, they were ready for it, and they were able to get that dub. Although, of course, there were some moments where, Renjay could have actually maybe positioned himself a little bit farther back. And again, in that specific one, I feel like the knock-up was very much what you were looking for here. But, you know what, at the end of the day, TNC still came to play in this one. They had a Faramis lineup, which, to be honest, was super difficult to play around. And Aurora, honestly, this was a big challenge. I really love Doming specifically in these set of plays, where he really waited until the last moment of a big team fight before he would actually pull out the Blazing Duet. Pulling the trigger on that a bit later actually cemented the team fight victories for Aurora in that one. And I think the scores will definitely show a story where TNC did fight back. They were able to punch back a few moments after a scenario where, they feel like they could have actually gotten multiple victories in terms of team fighting. There were still a lot of moments, obviously, for improvement, but TNC probably is on the way there as well. I feel like there was a few moments where the Zask was definitely unleashed. Yue in that one was phenomenal, and in the sense where it was surprising that he actually got the Lord Steal earlier as well. So looking forward to more of that one. And again, the bounce back from TNC, where they did look like they could have taken the fight in a lot of these scenarios. But again, once more, RORA just knew how to handle it, and you always want to look for that win condition if you do have this lineup for TNC. So for TNC, obviously, they did have heads take a breath of damage, but Doming really shown it, keeping up with the moniker Pal Doming, keeping that GPM above 800 in a lot of these games. I think even in game 2.
Yeah, sorry, Rockhard. Thanks for taking over for that, because I had to pick up a friend.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you later who I picked up.
You picked up someone,
Yeah,
right?
I picked up someone here who's gonna help us understand this game a little bit better. And yeah, for TNC Pro Team, it was also just really unfortunate that in that Lord attempt that they went for, Yue was able to get that stun off.
And the snipe.
And the kill there onto Kaizen. That was they were in a good position to be able to take it for themselves, but it was just countered. And after that, it was just like over and over again. Aurora were feeling the groove. Renegade and Edward. Again, we were talking about the timings of the roamer and the EXP laner. When you enter, when you decide to pull the trigger. He had 3 predicted Earth Shatter knockups. Flickers from far angles that would eventually get the knockup for Aurora and would just spell doom for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, a lot of times those are the moments where it actually, this whole game, this game number 3, it boiled down to those moments where it was a question of who went first. I think Renegade also said it on stage.
Yeah.
I think his mind is still, you know what, I gotta go first. I gotta go first. That's why he blurted it out on interview as well. Then Mara kind of asked him to elaborate and said, yeah, you have to like get to the target first, not necessarily pull the trigger first, and then just force him to make some plays, force out the purifies as well, and then try to get the victory from there. But then again, this whole game really was on a coin flip.
Yeah. Aurora also had some good rotational adjustments too to shut down heads. Seems like there was a moment where when TNC Pro Team would be thinking, okay, I think they're going to be going here. They're going to push the top tower instead. Heads is in the bottom lane. He's just managing waves. But then your TNC Pro Team is like, what the hell? How come there are 4 members or 3 members of RORA here just trying to take down our high loss? They take down the high loss. And then it's little things like that, the slight readjustments by RORA to pull out different rotations and decisions that most teams would consider. It's just one of the reasons why they were able to take the W in this game.
Yeah, the knockups, and again, the usage of the Phobius was phenomenal, but then again, in the mid lane, so as well. Speaking of mid lane, El Capitan, and of course, the now analyst as well, and coach as well for TNC, Etomax, is with us today. How are you, brother? How are you?
Feeling good right now, even though we lost. We just get our first win, so there's also we want to acknowledge our efforts for this one win.
Oh yeah. So of course you're very proud of the first win, finally the first game win for TNC Pro Team. What was the decision behind fielding Kozen, Lancy, and Kaizen together for today's matchup?
I think for us to get our win, we need to focus on the players that have already a synergy, like Kaizen and Lancy.
Yeah.
Because they
from Minana.
They already played for almost 2 seasons in the MPL together. So that's why we decided to give them the chance so that we can not focus more on the chemistry but on the tactical moves. Tactical play.
Synergy.
Plays.
I think that's pretty smart, right? There's already built-in synergy. How many years of friendship, right? I feel like that's very smart. Very smart for TNC. And it did show, like, there was a lot of big improvement in game number 2. You almost had game number 3 as well.
Yes.
And I'm very curious because a lot of the fans, they always say, oh, TNC, good early game, good mid somewhere. But then, late game falls apart. You don't need to go specific, huh? Just let me know, what's your drills? Like, do you have drills for our players to improve the late game?
Actually, for the late game, we always give them. Especially for me, I have a lot of experience how to manage late game decisions. I think
Omega, 38 minutes.
I think the main problem was the pressure that comes when the game was on the late game side. So the decision making of the team, it collapses. Number 1 problem is the synergy because they have different approach how to manage late game decisions.
Oh. Okay, so
the players.
Yeah.
All right, so for us to understand it a little bit better, who in the team right now with the 5 members that you fielded today, who's the more, in Filipino we would say, go lang, sige, and who's the one who's more, sandali, wait?
I think all of them 5 because we said that to them like to play to play, not to be scared. Because
be aggressive.
Yeah, be aggressive because that's the way of ML.
Yeah.
Who gives the movement first, they will parang set the tempo of the game. That's why we want to always give the first move. We want to make a move, always be ahead of the decisions that we will make. That's why I think TNC always have a good start because that's the mentality. We just need to manage how to handle proper decisions in the late game.
There you go. So I guess that's the goal, right? For point for improvement, fix the late game and make it better. So we have something here interesting for you. Poll results. We asked the viewers to vote, obviously, for the engagement, and you got that vote. What do you think? Well, how does TNC handle this kind of like perception about your team? What do you guys think about this?
We always entered this stage with not focusing on other people's comment about us because we just want to play our game. We just want to prove our worth here in the MPL. So we don't focus on the comments. We don't read them. We just wanna hear our management, and also we focus on the team. Or not on the others.
Because you can't control the comments. You can't control what people think about you. Just control what you can do. Exactly.
And again, just you have people, you have mentors that you listen to, and those are the opinions you usually listen to.
I think real quickly, we should get. Do you have a quick message for the fans of TNC Pro Team? Because you also have a few international fans here and there supporting and rooting for you.
Thank you so much for the supporters of TNC, even though we having really a hard time right now, but we promise that for our next games we will try our best to get wins.
There you go. The W mindset. And I think that's a great way to end that. Thank you so much, Itomax and Renmar. I'm Rockhart. We'll catch you guys after the break for match number 2.
Lakas ng Pinas!
You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita kayo sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yun, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun.
Narito tayo sa Green Sun Hotel kung saan nagaganap ang MPL Philippines Season 14. Right behind me, meron tayong meet and greet. Hello mga fans! Naman dyan! Kanino nga ba sila nagpapapicture? Walang iba kundi ang ating winning team, Aurora MLBB. There you have it. Naman daw kayo dyan. Ayun. So ang ating mga fans, the first 50 ay pwedeng magkaroon ng pagkakataon na makapag-picture kasama ang winning team, kasama ang inyong idols. And also, sa mga fans na pupunta dito, we encourage you to leave something behind sa ating Community Hub drop box. Dito kayo pwedeng magbigay ng love letter, gifts, kung ano man ang gusto niyong ibigay sa inyong paboritong mga manlalaro at inyong paboritong koponan. So far, that's what we have for today. May nagbigay ng lipstick. I don't know why, but may nagbigay ng lipstick. At dito, punta tayo dito. So andyan ang ating mga lucky fans that get to take a photo. So actually, nabawasan na sila. Kanina, punong-puno ito. Right here. Let's visit here. Hi. Oh, kamusta?
Hello po.
What's your name?
Charisse.
Ay, eto. Lapit daw tayo sa camera. Ayan. Sino yung mga kasama mo dito?
Sister ko po.
Sister? Nasaan si sister? Hello! First time niyo ba manood sa MPL?
Hindi po.
How many times na?
Since season ano ba? 8.
Season 8. Punta ka dito, call a friend. Okay. At kamusta yung experience so far?
Okay naman po, malamig.
Malamig. Sobrang lamig dito. Perfect na dapat may kasama kayong kaduo. Baby time, perfect din dyan. Pwede rin kayong bumili ng ating mga merch from your favorite teams. At syempre, magsisimula na ang ating susunod na laban kung saan magtatapat ang Cavaliers versus the Agents. Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang magwawagi. Sa ilang sandali, magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 14.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa BLCK, yes. Di mo matigil ginagaming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14, the second match of the day. Another best of 3 at your service. My name is Leo, here with Naisu.
Yes, sir.
And Joseph, it's down to the last match of the week.
Yep.
But real quick, let's talk about what just transpired. TNC scoring their first game win, but Aurora at the end still takes a dub.
Yeah, again, I think this is probably the better form that we've seen from TNC so far up to this point. I like the, there's some promise there, I would say, but, as you can see from a highlight here, Renegade and Edward, their heroics lift RORA up against TNC, and I think they were key components to why it was so difficult for TNC to kind of maintain the momentum that we see them naturally build in the early game. So again, still looking for that first point, basically, in the standings.
The full point.
The full point.
TNC still struggling, but at least we know that they are ready to do anything and everything it takes, because this time around, they played with a lineup that uses Kaizen, Kozen, Lancy, Heads, and Escalera. So that lineup looks like it definitely could get dubs. It's just work out the little kinks.
It's some refinement.
Some refinement. And if it were up against a team that you could shock and awe into submission, then maybe sweep it, right? This is what the standings look like right now. Wow. TNC and Blacklist still down at the bottom. Now, they're literally at the same record.
Yeah. They have 1-10 in terms of games and matches 0-5. And Blacklist International can change that. They can change their current standings, of course, going against a team like Team Liquid PH. I know you see Team Liquid PH in the middle there with 2 match points, but, you know, still, Team Liquid PH looks good as ever. They've definitely, you know, after what we saw yesterday, if you guys missed yesterday's Titan matchup versus Falcons AP Bren, you might want to rewatch that one. It was amazing, even though it was a sweep. It should have been like a 3-game series.
Yeah. Treat last night's matchup like a good movie. You know, like it takes an hour and a half to watch both games and then get a full storyline in there.
Yeah.
But that's last night. We're talking about right now. Real quick, I got a question for y'all. Are y'all feeling bored with your usual rank matches? Maybe it's time to spice up things. Be a Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 6.
Because it's time to step up your game and face off against the best. Signups are going on right now for the qualifiers. Just head on over to esl.gg/SBSMLBB. I can't believe another season's already about to start.
Right? Season 5 was recently won by Falcons AP Bren when they took down Team Liquid Philippines in a best-of-7 series that went all the way in Quill City Mall in Jakarta. Who knows? You might be next. That might be you.
That might be you. This is your chance. Chance to join, a chance to get involved, and again, I love that there's so many competitions going on right now.
Speaking of competition, we're about to get into our last best-of-3 tonight. It's Blacklist International facing off against Team Liquid Philippines. Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
Yeah, Leo and Naisu are right. There's so many competitions. This could also be you.
Hopefully.
Could
I'm not skilled enough to be to enter tournaments. Maybe I could coach, analyze, but play? Hell nah.
DMs are open, guys, if ever you want. It's Rockhart and Renmar back at it again for the panel here in our very own English Test panel. I can't believe I'm still saying that.
Yeah, R&R here at the Infinix Game. Tambayan. Gotta say it with a twang because it's the English broadcast.
Is that a rule right now? I think
no, it's not. It's just me wanting to, you know, summon the cringe lords.
Because we haven't had enough today. But right now, match number 1. Man, that was interesting, right? I feel like Renegade and Edward just cemented themselves in their specific roles, and like you mentioned, I think Yue also deserves a bit of a spotlight there.
Oh, yeah.
Doming, I think he just does what Doming does. I feel like he just does it so consistently that people barely notice, but he's also really good.
Yeah, he finds the right timing. It's perfect because like going now into Series 2, it's 2 teams trying to find the right timing, or specifically one trying to find the right mix, and another that is just trying to find consistency with win streaks.
That's right. A brewing storm right now challenges the Filipino sniper in, of course, the entirety of their MPLPH careers. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a surprise here, because we found something out interesting earlier. I didn't notice this, but Oheb apparently has the upper hand in terms of stats against BennyQT.
When? Like this season or?
The entirety of their season.
Oh, the entirety of their career. Okay.
Yes, and although, again, that doesn't seem to be the case as they go up against each other in this matchup, considering, obviously, Blacklist is very glaring chemistry issues.
Yeah, despite painting BennyQT as the bigger and better gold laner this season compared to Oheb, it can't be denied how TLPH is also experiencing some struggles. They are on a 2-match losing streak from Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Falcons AP Bren, which are the top 2 teams in the league right now. Now when they've gone up against each other, BennyQT has defeated Oheb in 4 matches. Oheb has won way more matches compared to BennyQT. Games as well. And if you look at the most used heroes of these two, of course they have some shared hero pools there with the Beatrix. And surprisingly, because of the era and generation that BennyQT started playing a lot more and made a name for himself back in Season 6 with Execration, man, he played a lot of Cho. Gold lane Cho.
So surprising. And again, it surprises me that 4 out of 16 matches won. That's basically like 25%. While for Oheb, he's closer to 30+% win rate. So that's a stat I was telling you guys about. His win rate is higher, despite Blacklist just losing a lot more so far in the season.
Yeah, but again, these stats are for all time, their entire careers. And one of the things that stands out for me, it's surprising that Oheb actually has more Nathan games. Because when you think about in recent history, the more iconic Nathan user right now, sometimes if it looks like it's a good pick and is respected, it's BennyQT's Nathan.
Exactly.
But then I remember when Nathan started popping up more, it was actually Oheb and Blacklist International who was spamming that hero a lot in the lead up to M5 World Championship back in Season 12.
That's right. And this is the most recent, right? This is for this season right now, where you have obviously less games this time around for Oheb, and obviously the KDA and every single stat line does scream BennyQT is superior. Right?
Yeah. Well, only thing that the little edge, literally 7, the number 7 is the edge of Oheb when it comes to the average damage dealt. But BennyQT is one of the toughest gold laners to catch with a KDA of 9.11. That doesn't just mean he gets high kills and high assists. That means he's hard to take down. He actually has what I would like to call 5 bulletproof games throughout the season, wherein a game that Team Liquid Philippines won, BennyQT was not taken down a single time. So that happened 5 times all throughout the season. It's also glaring, the difference in GPM. This takes into account the per minute. So if you add up, that difference between 712 and around 670 is big.
The numbers have spoken.
The numbers have spoken.
It does seem to be the case, but right now, it is still Blacklist who seem to be struggling. Again, we've been talking about chemistry so much, I feel like we're in class. And I feel like we should also just address, like, what's Blacklist doing to fix that? And right now, in terms of lineups, it does seem to be that they're sticking with Lord JM. I think later on we'll find that out. And I wonder if you guys think that's the wisest decision. And I also want to know what you guys think is going to come out on top for this one. Is it TLPH or is it Blacklist International? Show your support. You don't just need to comment, right? There's an actual poll down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether you're on whatever platform you're on. Yeah. Hopefully the mods are keeping that up on track. And then again, we'll try to tally that later on, and then we'll find out who you guys think is going to come out on top. I am assuming TLPH is going to get a majority vote here. I mean, it's so hard to bet against it right now.
I think for both of us as well. I think we're both predicting Team Liquid Philippines. So just in terms of what we saw yesterday from Team Liquid, yes, they are coming from a sweep against Falcons AP Bren. The last time we saw Blacklist International, I believe it was up against RSGPH earlier this week, a little bit better, but still not completely. They're not sure if they'll be able to, stand toe-to-toe with Team Liquid Philippines on this one. I'm waiting to be surprised because at the end of the day, we all just want really good matches of MLBB.
Yeah, and it just so happens that it's also just literally storming out here in the Philippines. So let's find out who's going to be playing today. I know you guys are excited for the team intro of Blacklist International and Team Liquid.
MPL Arena, let's welcome our marshals, Ems, Wilbert, Pat, and JJ. Entering the arena first, Cavalry. A team coming from a loss, but hungry to make a comeback and start another streak. It's Team Liquid Philippines! going up against one of the titans of MLBB. A code that's waiting to be broken. They won't stop till they find the perfect combination. Agents, they need to hear you cheer. It's Blacklist International! Tacticians for both sides. For Team Liquid Philippines, it's Coach Tic-Tac. And for Blacklist International, the legendary Coach Bonchan.
It's time for the face-off. Oheb, BennyQT, step forward. Oheb, ano ang palag mo kay BennyQT?
Wala pa eh. Baka mamaya magkaroon na.
BennyQT, ano ang palag mo kay Oheb?
Matindi ako.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's the last match of the week. And who knows, we might be in for a surprise finish. Panel, pasok.
In fairness, I don't doubt that BennyQT is more intense. I guess that's the proper translation of that.
Yeah.
Matinda is like intense. And again, considering the weather today, it is Team Liquid PH who does seem like they are on track to just sweep Blacklist right now, unless Blacklist can do something about it.
Yeah, because this lineup is intense. JP, Sanji together alongside Carl, TZ make a devastating roam trio. Sanford has been a little humble boy this season, but he's still one of the top EXP laners in the world. While this is the lineup they're sticking with. You teased it a little bit earlier. They are sticking with this variant with Lord JM in the XP, Oheb in the gold, Exort in the mid alongside Haji roaming, and MP the King jungling.
This is a team that has been trying their very best to just play around MP the King so far, who has individually, honestly, the mechanics on this guy, you can't deny. He's got some moves. He got the skills. Right now, the rest of the team does seem to be having some trouble dancing around to the same tune.
Yeah, if you look at the stats again, the numbers don't lie. Average KDA, damage dealt per game, the turret damage per game. Even Team Liquid Philippines, well, again, there is an outlier because they had the longest game of the season so far last night. And you can see here, the stat I want to point out is the unique heroes used. Blacklist International with 30, Team Liquid Philippines with 23. It just really goes to show the experimentation phase of Blacklist International right now in terms of really just finding the right mix of meta heroes, the right mix of individual hero picks, comforts that work for them, for the right lineups against a team like Team Liquid Philippines that plays around solid stability. You know their identity. It's very clear what they love to do and how they play. The pick-off, they play fast, they play for objectives, and they play to surprise.
Will they play for their keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix? So first off, again, looking out for Oheb's Mage Gold Laner hero pool. That's really something to talk about for sure.
There's a history of the Alice for Oheb, the Lunox for Oheb. But I think the Lunox is the one that we really have to watch out for here.
Yeah, you know it.
It was used by BennyQT last night, and this was contested yesterday. Speaking of, Blacklist needs to slow down BennyQT's snowballing tendencies, because he is one of the few gold laners who would just say, yeah, I'll first build Skypiercer and a Roger, and I will not die. It happened. And of course, Ice on the opposing team's trio mid.
Checked out that mid. Also, just want to bring up, BennyQT also played Alice, actually.
Yeah.
Alice in different lanes. So I feel like that's always going to be in their pockets, and I feel like this is definitely a mage gold laner matchup, possibly, unless Oheb tries to go for the Ruby again in the gold lane. And again, the marksman seem to be just really scarce between them. No, obviously more on Oheb, because I feel like he's trying to play a bit more safer, and less of the carry, more on the again, position 2, position 3.
Yeah, it could be very difficult though if you're Blacklist International to bring a what we call a hyper carry style of approach against Team Liquid Philippines, who does pick blue side for game number 1. So they're going to be the ones dictating the tempo of the draft. They'll be getting the first pick. And because of how Team Liquid Philippines likes to play, you might be lacking a little bit in terms of the damage in the early to mid to really cross into a good position where you just snowball out of control if you're going to go with the double fighters, if you give the Ruby to Oheb. Because right now, what you know is the row mid trio, a row mid jungle of Team Liquid Philippines is more solid than Blacklist International, so it might be really risky to go all in again on MP the King.
Yeah, again, just having a hard time. It feels like MP the King's tempo in this game is just a little bit higher BPM than the rest of the teams right now. And I hope and I wonder if they've already fixed those issues right now. And again, they're fielding the same lineup they've had a bit of a struggle with as well yesterday. So I'm not sure if that's the case here. But again, a lot of people do trust Bonchan to come up with these plans. It's been a theme for this guy. He's a genius, and you can only just go so far with the team you have.
Yeah, MP the King, Blacklist International, they really have to switch up their gameplay, because if they went into this thinking that they could just plug and play the see you soon Cambodian back-to-back MPL Cambodia champion MP the King version, and he'll just fly here in the Philippines, I don't think that's going to cut it. Because he's coming from a region where See You Soon and a lot of top Cambodian teams can play bullying MLBB, where there's not a lot of responses to the initiators getting all of the information, where it's a little bit easier for the row mid trio to bully a little bit more. Here in the Philippines, you can't do that as much. The most that you can do is, get information, disrupt a little bit, but then you have to back off or you will get counter-punished. So I think that's one of the adjustments as well that MP the King is trying to go through, understanding that, yes, he is an incredibly talented jungler, but he's coming from a whole different region with a playstyle that you cannot easily translate into the Philippine meta.
And against a team that specifically is just so good at punishing.
Yes.
And who is a guy who has that Carl Teasy on the other side, willing to play again these assassins he's known for, who seems to be on the rise on these assassins he's known for. Hayabusa is not out of contention, and judging by the games yesterday, maybe Carl Teasy was watching, maybe the Lancelot could also make an appearance here.
Oh, maybe. Let's look at the draft. First pick.
The priestess of primal lightning.
There it is.
The hunter of all the
Edith,
evil
go ahead
gods.
and rushed by TLPH.
Super quick.
Take one away from Haji, take one away from Lord JM. And this is a hero that is good at what you mentioned, Rockhard, counter punishing.
Bam!
If you don't get the Edith down right away, if you initiate a team fight, blow too much abilities, the Edith will be able to just pop the Primal Wrath at the right time, and just when you're trying to escape a team fight that you started yourself, the Edith is there to punish you out. In terms of the next response, the Moscow of the Harith is available. Valentina for Exort, maybe a little bit later for the Exort pickup. They can go for power picks if they want to. You can go ahead and steal it to Rizla, because this Edith is still very flexible. They go for the Hylos and the Harith.
All right, so very much the Blacklist, or the players that we know. We have the Harith once more for Oheb, and of course they're not playing around too much. They know the power of the Hylos. They are drafting it, most likely on the roam, and again, I wouldn't be surprised to see it on the XP lane.
Yeah. We were talking about this earlier in the Keys to Victory. Watch out for Oheb's Mage Hero pool. So he is going to be using a Mage. So to balance out the potential scaling of one Harith, TLPH decide to pick up one of their signatures, which has been the Jawhead for JP. So that Edith will be going to the EXP. And they decide to go Julian for Carl Teasy. Although that could still be flexed into Sanji. Although I am leaning more towards the idea of that going into the jungle for Carl Teasy, if maybe the Fanny gets taken out, or the Lancelot, if there is a slot in for it, so they can be aggressive in the early.
Wouldn't be surprised, again, to see this Julian on the jungle. We've seen it happen. Then again, always has the possibility of going on the mid lane, so you can just pull out a few surprises. TLPH, they are very happy to do that and oblige. Right now on the other side, I think they're more worried about the gold lane picks here. Yeah, our gold lane pool seems to be expanding a lot recently, right? I feel like we haven't even banned out the Lunox yet here.
Yep, Lunox is still open, and I won't be surprised if Blacklist actually considers banning that out in ban number 5. But if TLPH goes Lunox, they go a little bit too heavy onto the magic damage.
Oh, yeah.
They will need physical. Actually, true damage would have been great, but that's why they banned out the carry. So they pick up the Tigreal because TLPH right now showing 2 major components in the Julian and Jawhead that are dive heavy. So they're just playing it for safety, and they know that Tigreal is one of those heroes that can actually punish a Jawhead relatively well. So they take it out for safety in case that high loss is being considered by Blacklist International to go into the roam instead.
And that's why I think more of, you know what, they are going to go magic heavy, maybe have someone on the jungle that might be an assassin who can dish out the physical damage.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you're going to try to squeeze that in there.
You really want to see the Lancelot,
I
don't
really
you?
want to see the Lancelot. That's why. I mean, I'm trying to rationalize it. I just really want to see that Lance. Or maybe a Haya. You know, you just miss those stuff. But yeah, you're right. Carl TZ probably going to pick up the Julian. Faramis, though, I think can be a pretty good ban here against Blacklist International. I wouldn't put it past Bonchan to draft it out.
Oh, yeah?
Faramis,
Yeah, I see that too. Although if they ban out the Faramis, they will still have to go up against the Vexana. They go ahead and play safe and they take out the
Ruby
EXP lane for Lord JM. The Terizla will still be open for him. And in terms of the heroes of Lord JM, he actually has quite a lot. Although, right now we actually don't see if CC might fit well into this lineup. I think it'll be a little bit safer to put the high loss just into the EXP lane.
High loss in XP.
Yeah.
And then maybe just try to converge later on for a team fight and maximize him.
Yeah.
Right now, though,
Vexana.
talked about the Vexana. It's right there on the docket. Great wombo combos incoming for sure here, coming in from Blacklist.
Lunox would be way too risky, man. Unless they put the Julian in the mid and go for a high damage dealing assassin into the jungle. Either get the Fanny or the Hayabusa for Carl TZ. That's the route that you want to go for if you're going to go for Lunox Gold. If not, they could just go ahead, play safe, go Claude.
Claude, yeah.
Yeah, because you already have a roaming trio, as what we can see from Team Liquid Philippines, that could make the late game come a little bit faster. They can be the bridge to the late game while the Claude is just busy farming up. If they want to match the raw damage early on, they could go Bruno. But yeah, Claude's the safer one.
Safe.
Yeah.
And there it is. Loyi. A little bit surprised, at the same time, very happy to see the Loyi once more. Again, I think in match number 1 as well, we saw Loyi.
Saw that in game.
Not as clean as you want.
It was tough,
and
yeah.
Looks like Lolita coming into play here.
Okay.
We are going to see a high loss XP.
What I'm trying to see right now is, yeah, this will be a revitalized Lolita, but how well is it going to fare in terms of checking the bushes and helping control the mid alongside the Vexana against the Jawhead and the Loyi? The Loyi pickup on as one of the last picks blue side was great because the lineup of Blacklist International wants to fight under things, under their glorious pathway, under the range of the ultimate of the Lolita and the Zaman Force of the Harith as well, that it's so easy for a Loyi to stop them with a well-timed and well-placed rotation and dispersion.
And so many zones that can, I think you mentioned it, quite easily avoided here by TLPH if Blacklist are not decisive and they're not careful. Let's see what our casters have to think about this in game number 1 of TLPH and Blacklist International.
Pass.
I honestly think Blacklist is cooking with gas.
Let him cook.
Coach
Welcome
picking
to
up the
Mobile
Lolita
Legends.
right at the last spot means there's more than just the glorious pathway they have to deal with.
We're going to have to cook a little longer.
All right, let it simmer.
Let it simmer.
Low heat for 5 minutes.
Yeah, low heat. You know, and
I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't cook.
You don't. Yeah, me neither. I just use that air fryer. Anyway, going back to this TLPH, of course, after what happened yesterday, I think in a way they're going to want to go ahead and get the sweep here against Blacklist International. I think they're going to come out swinging. You saw the lineup that they brought to the table for this game number 1, too. And it's quick. It's quick. It covers the bases. It seems to be that there's maybe a trend happening here in dealing with the Hylos and the Harith combination that we're talking about, where that Loyi does play that part, where like Renmar mentioned, you can just kind of drop down to the dispersion. You also have a diversion to use too and everything else, but you force those interactions, that reaction time, the reaction proc, I should say, with that Luoyi in fighting the Glorious Pathway and the Zaman Force here. So I wonder also with the Lolita pick coming in, Revitalize and everything else, like how will this play the part?
That's why I feel like there's a lot to digest here coming in from Blacklist, is because, yeah, if there was just maybe the Glorious Pathway and the Zaman Force, sure, you can remove yourself from the situation, right? But what if they overload? What if there is the Numenon Blast, right? What if they add the whole flavor of Blacklist where they still got a Ube, right? And then there's a Nolan roaming around. Not to say that they are going to go full on Ube. And then you also have the EG, right? You got Vixana in the hands of Exort.
Got that Eternal Guard.
Talented veteran holding down the fort in mid for Blacklist International. So, yeah, last 30 seconds before the game starts, it looks like our fans in the MPL arena are having fun. This is somebody's friend.
Somebody's friend. Yeah, at one point, they got to throw up all the Womi pictures that has been thrown up now. And this was even on day one. It was day one or day two. Our good friend Midnight.
Guilty as charged.
Threw that up there. It's always nice to see everybody here too, and happy spirits, of course, while we wait to get back to the game.
Quick tip if you guys are planning to come and join us here in Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. If you're flying out, traveling, I would reckon you. Hey, that's a baby friend! Oh my God, that's a cute little orange dude. All right, I was saying, bring a thick jacket. It's cold up in here.
It is. It's nice that it's cold, by the way.
It's chilly.
It's chilly, and we're jumping in back into the land of dawn.
All right, let's go.
It's not chilly here right now. It's full force. MP the King getting a good look at him. He's up against a titan in the jungle, obviously himself, Carl TZ.
For sure.
We'll see if MP the King can. I would say my biggest critique with MP the King so far, watching him play, is just, you know, we even heard this from Coach Arcadia. He knows his attitude when he plays, and like he is for those playmaking abilities. But he's got to rely on the team and play around that too, I think, a little bit more so. And that's been the struggle, honestly, for Blacklist International. Different variations of the lineup they brought to the table.
Which I think here I'm gonna err on the side of optimistic, right?
Okay.
Look at the bright side.
Let's look at
if you
it.
will. The hero he's on right now, Nolan.
Yeah.
It plays to his strength. Like he's allowed to be a little selfish here, long as he's aware of what the situation is like.
Yeah.
He can say, all right, whatever, you know, Lord JM, Haji, do whatever, drop the bomb, exhort, I'm going to clean up house. Like, that's what a Nolan does. So luckily, that's what their lineup is making possible for them. On the other hand, though, Team Liquid PH, it's not going to be so easy given that, again, they come off quick, you know? Like, off the snap of a finger, JP can just be right behind you.
Yeah, and not only that, but this Jawhead, man, speaking of just JP in general, the Jawhead alone as a hero has popped up in, I don't think every single series, but it seems like it's more often than not. And the Jawhead is such a great roam option right now for those pick-off potentials, you know, letting you get that favorable skirmish going on early game. And it's something that teams kind of have to play around too. And so with that, like TLPH, you're going to see them go ahead and kind of get in position for the first objective. Carl Tease is making his way here. But that's who you want to keep your eye on. It's either JP to force it or even Sanford once he joins the fights here. Because that's what we see from Edith time and time again.
Luckily, all 4 members of TLPH that's willing to fight are here. They do send BennyQT off to farm, which means Oheb will have to answer back because he is missing quite a few waves. And look at that. They're delaying this turtle, man. Have you ever seen an early game turtle shuffle? Like, this is what it is.
It's very delayed.
Whoa!
Boys Pathway going to be dropped down, and there's the ejector we're talking about. MP the King will get the turtle. They're going to go for the fight. Into the Eternal Guard being dropped down already. And they get stopped in their tracks. TLPH has to come to a halt. There's a huge diversion, though.
The re-engage.
But they won't be able to pick off the targets of Blacklist International.
What impresses me the most about that whole sequence is Blacklist knew that that's where TLPH would send themselves, and they knew how to disengage.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's a great exit. It's a plan. Oh, Lord JM. Oh.
Lord JM, he's taking it up. He knows it too.
All right, he's good. He's fine. What I was saying is it's an Olympic gymnastic landing. You know what I mean? Like, you can get the flips in, but what if you land on your head? they landed on their feet.
They did. You know, at this point, you got to land on your feet more often than your head, I would say, right? So JP might get set up here. Already getting that retribution is too much to handle. JP will get picked off here. Blade of Heptacy is also being picked up for MP the King, so it's going to help spike up that damage a little bit more on this Nolan, like we've been talking about. And now they'll focus topside, get a little extra gold in their pockets, about a 1K gold lead now.
Blacks International clearly in control, drawing first blood, taking that first turtle. And TLPH are definitely put into the back foot this time around, which sucks for a Jawhead. We were talking about JP and the Jawhead. A Jawhead that's on the defense is not a very happy Jawhead.
You know, whether he's happy or not, the thing about Haji, too, I know we didn't get a chance to point this out because Renmar was talking about the revitalized Lolita, but it is the flicker Lolita.
It's an old school Lolita.
I like that better, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you get to go for those setups with the Newman on blast that you're used to seeing on Lolitas. Because they already have it from Lord JM, you know? Yeah, like, let Lord JM on the high-lows take the revitalize. Get that playmaking potential battle spell for Lolita.
All right, to be fair, I don't think we've ever seen a Lolita and a Hylos be together. But wait, Haji trying to catch JP, bonking him, forcing an ejector. Let's be on cooldown for the remainder of the turtle take. Now at about 4/5 of his health.
You can see it, Haji setting up for what I was talking about, but Sanford goes in first. They're going to force the fight. Blast comes down. MP the King will get the objective again. BennyQT on the backside, forcing him back. Exort in trouble. Even with the Eternal Guard will be taken out. And on the other side of the map, it's Lord JM that goes down, and BennyQT gets punished. Right now, the trade, though, it's still MP the King possibly looking for more as he's focusing on Sanji. Sanji trying to bob and weave, but won't be able to escape.
He was but a half second too late.
Too late.
All right, so BennyQT on the sprint. I mean, he knows what he's doing. It's just there was way too many members of Blacklist left despite him cutting right through, dropping that blazing duet into the back line. Let's see where he was. Yeah, he wasn't nearly even kitted up to do that much damage. He's behind the Filipino sniper by about 1,500 gold. That's huge. Joseph, there's already a Starlium Scythe
on Oheb.
On Oheb.
And I don't know, man. BennyQT, I didn't expect him there to be that big of a difference in terms of the gold.
I mean, he got a kill, but
you know, there's a kill there, but still, he's gonna have to do some catch up at least for now. And we know this. Like, claw takes a while. Version's gonna be used here. Multiple members, the whole squad coming through that one. They get knocked up though into the glorious pathway, and they fall into Blacklist International's trap as Sanford goes down too. JP and Sanford gone out of the equation. That might be all the Blacklist International gets, but man, did they counter that play.
They picked a fight with a 5th grader as 2nd graders. There was a gold lead, and they're punching up, man. They were punching up.
They're punching up. This is not the playground you want to be punching up
Give me
on.
your lunch, never mind. Give me all. 7 minutes in, Blacklist, about 4,000 gold off. The last turtle spawning in the upper quarter. You know what? I'm not so sure if that last sequence that obviously TLPH got punished for would be enough to stop him from doing that, because Carl T's notorious for forcing plays like that and still getting away with it.
Yeah, and you know, at times it might be a risk, but they made the call. They tried to make the play. Doesn't happen in their favor. Now objective secured here once again. Diversion can be used, but Blacklist wants to fight under the turret. Haji does get down, but they get collapsed in under it all. 3 down. Oheb finally gets taken care of, and Haji out of the picture as well, but Sanford's going to be next as Exort grabs the double.
What did I tell you? It was just mere moments. Oh, BennyQT!
He's got it! Okay!
Run,
He's trying to run! But MP the King won't let him.
Even on an individual level, Team Liquid PH got that dog in them.
Oh, man.
Nothing comes for free, man. I see a kill, I want to take it.
He needs more of that, you know? BennyQT's like, I know I'm behind, I'm going for it. And unfortunately, MP the King is not going to let him withstand that, you know? Not going to let him get away with it. They're already punching up. You can't take some coins and money and walk away.
And they're not trying to get as much. Yeah. All right. Still maintaining a 4,000 gold lead. TLPH, you know what? I'm wondering if they keep going, if they keep doing this, they hit critical mass and eventually they close the gap. what if, right? What if this is the Team Liquid PH manifesto? We're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep forcing fights so that eventually Oheb doesn't even scale up anymore. MP the King can't even clean house. What if?
Just keep.
What's the gap? All right, 500 between Carl and MP. And
I think it was almost nearly 2,000 between the gold.
Oh, that's
gold lane.
that's a dangerous part. Oh.
Yeah. And so BennyQT, like he's scrambling at this point, trying to find anything that he can.
He needs the money.
He needs that money. Like he's got to catch up.
Give me the money.
Oh man, BennyQT. You can see, get a good look here too. Oheb, as we talked about, outmatched in that gold lane right now against BennyQT. The panel mentioned this, by the way.
They did.
They did talk about the difference with the gold lanes between these two players.
They look back at the history, and going head-to-head, Oheb has won more bouts against BennyQT than the other way around. So now, you know, art imitates life. It's just, this is literally how it looks. BennyQT needs to farm up quite a handful more to get to where Oheb is.
And I like this because they're going to go ahead and slow down the Lord take for now. You're going to see, you know, MP the King grabbing this buff that he needs here. They have plenty of time to go ahead and do this. Diversion going to be dropped in. Not sure. It looks like they sent BennyQT down to the bottom side. It goes back as well. So very good usage, diversion. And then, of course, the BMI. And now Lord here. Half health for the taking. A Blacklist will initiate. Dropping down the glorious pathway. They get knocked in. Lord JM, though. There's the stun with the Numenal Blast. JP has to run on the defense. Still looking for the Lord here. Sanford will push him off. Now Exor on the front side here. They jump back in once again. BennyQT blazing through to the backside, and Carl TC will get the Lord from it. BennyQT does get punished. Only one down for now. Oheb crosses Zaman Force, looking for the kill. Sanford will pick up a double, but MP the King will punish him before he goes down. That's 4 members of Blacklist International gone.
And Team Liquid Philippines walks away with the Lord. Highway robbery. We'll see it once again in the instant replay brought to us by Infinix. It started with, all right, I was going to rewind a little too far back, but the fact that all of Team Liquid PH were on the same page.
Yeah.
All of them were saying, you know what, Benny's down, but we got the Lord and we can force a fight. And Blacklist wasn't ready for it. I think this is where, Joseph, this is so full circle. This is where chemistry comes in. The fact that all of you are aware of how much you're all willing to give.
Yeah.
For the bigger picture. And here Team Liquid PH closed the gap. Hell, they have the lead now.
They got their money back.
They got their money back.
The little bit of money that was stolen, they got it back. Oh. And it's completely back in their favor here.
Whoa!
Oh, looking for more. Lord JM just taken care of.
Just like that. Have you ever seen a horsefly?
I have now.
There's a reason why they don't. Save for one. Save for Pegasus.
Give him a. I was gonna say, give him a Pegasus skin, man. Give Hylos the Pegasus skin.
There's another skin coming up, but ladies and gentlemen, look at the map. It's turned blue. The Cavalry have had their way, and it came from back-to-back attempts at turning the tables on Blacklist International. Now they're looking at about a 2,000 gold lead, 12 minutes in. Prior, I'd say maybe 6 months ago, 9 months ago, it was just Carl TZ calling these shots on the Baksha, on the Akai, forcing these plays.
Yeah.
But now that he has a little bit more oomph, and the rest of them understand that this is our play style, this is our pace, they can all do that like that. Now it makes sense why BennyQT was forcing kills earlier.
I was going to say, it's like you mentioned earlier on, you know, maybe this is just the concept that TLPH wants to continue to play with. Even when they're down, they still force the fights of like, hey, look, we do believe in our synergy, our chemistry, whatever we want to call it, and we can go toe-to-toe with you even when we're down in terms of economy. And they've done it. So at this point, you know, they pretty much brought things back, I would say, in their favor for the next Lord.
Liquid brings us a new definition of playing from behind.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a way to play from behind aggressively and not get punished for it. Hell, find a way to get back into the driver's seat. We're waiting for a Lord here, spawning about half a minute, lower quarter of the map. And look at this. This is just JP holding it, right? This is just JP holding it. Blacklist, they're all afraid. They're old. They even let go of the purple.
Yeah, they let go of it. I don't think they want to risk it, you know, even for MP the King here. He's only died once, but if he gets picked off, JP goes for Lord JM. Again, they're going to fight under the Zaman Force. Glorious pathway, look at the cutoff into the Numenal Blast. It's going to be able to find Benny. Sanji's in trouble. He's out of the picture. So 2 down already, still fighting back. Blacklist International looking for more. The flicker from Sanford for defense. and BennyQT will be fine, but this could be a lore down favor for Blacklist unless they can stop it.
The Cavalry have gotten punished. Overloaded with CC and zoning AoE skills. Let's see if Carl can pull a fast one.
Oh, look at the pressure Carl is just putting up here, just showing face.
The young goat.
Sanford and Benny waiting on, has the stacks. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down once again. Tries to get out of dodge. He's going to be fine. And MP the King will get the Lord, but it looks like they're going to fight. Diversion coming in from the other side. They give the call to go. Jawhead goes in, looking for the toss-up. They're on the escape. Lord AM trying to run. Haji won't be able to get away, and neither will Oheb. So 2 down for Blacklist, but at least they got the Lord.
KL1 is down, I repeat, KL1 is down. When they get spread out, scattered, dispersed, Blacklist lose their main advantage. And because of that, this Lord is going to be taken care of in quick fashion by Team Liquid Philippines. MP!
So is MP 1v1. I think Carl Teasy had enough practice last night with Kyle Teasy. He brings it to this game.
He's all warmed up. He's sitting in the, no, he's not sitting in the same chair, but you know what I mean? Like, this is, oh wow, again, the pendulum hath swingeth. And now, once more, Team Liquid PH back in control. Another purple buff stolen away from MP.
All right, Blacklist International, how are you going to adjust from this?
All right, Benny and Oheb at deadlock. I mean, they're like their last item pending. And Carl is fully built. That explains that, Joseph. That explains that. He's about 1,000 ahead of MP. And you're looking at the rest of the lineups just slightly ahead for Team Liquid. That's what that 1,000 gold makes.
Yeah, it's that, but also I think TLPH is just playing around the fact that they can go for those pickoffs that we mentioned in the beginning of the game. It's either JP on the Jawhead or just utilizing Eva's kit here for Sanford. And that's the problem. Like, Blacklist International every time kind of has to wait for that.
Yep.
So when they approach the objective areas, you know, that's kind of what they're looking out for. Lord GM, we already saw him. He is the tanky guy alongside Haji. But either of them, if they're thrown behind the team of TLPH in the cutoff, they could potentially get bursted down.
Everything just falls apart. Look at this, Team Liquid PH sending 2 up there. This is the longest diversion. It's just a, it's a BMI showcase. And throughout the whole debacle, look at that. We missed the point that Blacklist just lost that inhibitor. So there's permanent damage they have to deal with in the long lane. Claude now, currently, is the 4th most picked hero in the history of MPL Philippines from Season 1 up until today. Picked 549 times in all its time. Oh!
Toss up again, and look at Lord JM's health bar. Gets brought to half health, still going to be fighting it out. JP has to flicker out. BennyQT on the backside already. A couple shots. Pops the blazing duet, takes the return damage and has to back off. BMI's out. A whole lot of ultimates expended.
Touché. And a whole lot of battle spells as well. Exort's Flicker, Lord JM's Revitalize, JP's Conceal, and his Flicker. But Sanford and Sanji, the Sansan duo, hold on to theirs. So that could definitely be up. All right, why don't we just BMI you out, clear the wave, come right back. The Lord is still standing. Despite everything that happened, that mini heart attack of a sequence, the Lord still stands. And now suddenly, another shuffle. And because, oh man, because of the Loyi and Claude, it's so hard for Blacklist to respond.
Yeah, it's such an advantage to work around on a macro level here.
A boon, if you will.
Yeah, with the Claude and the Loyi and the way they're utilizing that combination of the diversion. Now the Lord, though, the Lord dance going to be started up here. Oheb will stay up the front side. They got to protect MP the King. They know that setup from JP or Sanford can happen anytime.
Look at this deadly bush. Haji trying to find one.
There they go. They drop the Eternal Guard plus the Zaman Force. JP swinging on the backside. Who's he going to look for? Lord still being worked on for now, but they just back off. They didn't find the connections they were looking for. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. MP comes in, takes the Lord under Carl Teasy, but he will get punished as he goes down. Now BennyQT taking a couple shots at Lord JM. He has no response as he falls. The rest of Blacklist International trying to get back to base. They got the Lord. Good thing for MP the King.
But at what cost, Joseph? They lost 2 on the way out. Lord JM, the King MP, royalty out the door. Carl TZ gets Extort and Haji dealing with this Lord.
Yeah, he's going to clear this out. Rest of the team focusing here on the base turrets, keeping those waves from pushing in, wanting to get the base turrets if they can. Eternal Guard's going to be used. Staying that front side, trying to keep them from going, but BennyQT's going to jump in anyway. Goes in with the winner's crown and looks for more. Oheb's going to be punished as he falls, and Sanford will survive it all, but JP won't.
All right, JP sacrificed himself for 40. I think that's a better deal on the way out anyways. JP's your roamer, he can afford it, and they traded out for Oheb. It's been a tough past 10 minutes for Oheb. He was in control from the early to mid, and then suddenly, after Team Liquid PH hit their growth spurt, once they both have puberty, it was just so hard for Oheb, man.
We have taken the full circle just in
this is the game
playground alone.
It's the game of life now.
The game of life.
It's the game of life now. But mind you, Oheb actually has higher net worth right now at about 13.7 compared to Benny's 13 flat. So if Blacklist can actually hold on and get a little bit more gold, luckily they can. There's about a minute and a half before the next Lord spawns in the upper quarter. Oheb can juggle. Oheb can, play around with an immortality, play around with a winner crown, and then that's what makes Team Liquid PH's approach to this Lord a little more difficult, because you saw there, right? Everybody was watching. You guys were watching. Blacklist still has a very good 5-man team fight.
They have a great team fight. Like we just saw, even, Lord JM just picked up his own winner's crown. So if all he does is drop down the Glorious Pathway, let's say he gets thrown by JP, he's actually okay because he can still pop that, the winner's crown and be alive for a little bit longer while the rest of the team comes in.
Do it under the Glorious Pathway with a Revitalize?
Yeah.
It's like a little fountain.
Little
you got a mobile
healing
fountain. You got a mobile hospital.
You see how many shields they have, too? Because of the fact that, again, you have this Lolita, you have the Flask of the Oasis there.
That's right.
Look at that. You're shielded up.
That's right. Esmeralda would have a field day with you.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Esmeralda, come through.
We'll see. We'll see. Because it's a pretty wide open metagame, man.
That's true. I like where we are with the current metagame, and even for this game, reaching this 21-minute mark.
Oh, yeah.
TLPH, I feel like after yesterday, they're primed and ready for this.
They got the cardio in.
They got the cardio in. They had an endurance test last night. So it's up to Blacklist International here to rise to the occasion, I think.
Which is an amazing laud for Blacklist. This means TLPH are giving the same respect to Blacklist as they do to their co-titans of MLBB, to Falcons, AP, Brent. Now another Lord Shuffle awaiting. It's at about half health, keeping it under control. Sanford and Carl TZ, Lord JM dancing around. Oh, they're waiting for Exort. I don't think Blacklist can take this without Exort.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait. He's got to go clear that wave, too, and they know it. Also, keeping an eye on where possibly that diversion play is going to go. JP shows face, has the conceal, throws Lord JM, pops the Revitalize in the winner's crown already. Haji will go in with the Numnum Blast. Diversion's going to be used to the backside under the bottom turret. Still looking to push the lane. They might just go for a base push here.
Oh, no!
As Blacklist tries to get to the base, but 3 members of the Cavalry are there.
Oh!
And that was the plan all along as they take game 1.
Damn you, Benny! Damn you! Blacklist International had it. It was their Lord. It was their fight. And with the help of Sanji and Sanford, the San duo, Liquid Philippines walks away with a win.
Always, always, always. How many times has BennyQT been a part of that master plan, especially with the claws?
Anywhere, anytime Benny's on the map, you gotta watch out. Watch out for your base. Let's go to the Infinite Games of Mine and break it down.
Yo, Geragard, how many times? How many times? Watch your minion waves when you're up against Team Liquid Philippines.
I mean, how... We should have a sign somewhere, right?
We need a counter.
Is there not a sign somewhere here that says, if you are against TLPH, watch your base?
That was art. Team Liquid just did art. But it was art that everyone knew was coming.
It's a funny thing, you know it's coming.
You saw the minions were coming. A big stack of minions. You're up against a Louis, Edith, and Claude. And BennyQT as the MVP.
Of course. BennyQT, I mean, kidding aside, obviously it takes a lot of setup for stuff like that to actually happen. And to dupe your opponent into thinking you're actually going for a team fight, but no, you're going for the base.
No, Claude looks like the most Liquid Echo hero ever, with the blues of Liquid, with the purple of Echo. And is it just me, or are they wearing a new purple variant of their jersey?
It does seem to be, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that is, I want one of that. Anyway, he also has that snide look, like, hey, I just stole your base.
Yeah,
What
I
you
just
gonna
stole
do
your
about
base.
it?
Yeah,
right?
but dude, BennyQT, what I loved about his performance here, other than the fact that he did BennyQT things, damn you, Benny again, great itemization. He went for 2 key items here. He built the Rose Gold Meteor so that he gets a little bit more sustain from the magic damage dealt out by Oheb and Exort as well. And most importantly, he went for the Winter Crown so that he could go in for those really what we call sour, a little bit too eager dives into the backline, Blazing Duet, Winter Crown, so you can Blazing Duet without a problem.
Yeah, I think Leo pointed out, I mean, each and every single member of TLPH knowing the limitations of their heroes, even fighting against Blacklist International, like 4K, 3K gold ahead,
Yeah.
and still coming out on top.
Yeah, and they had to crawl back by doing things like this. In this Lord here, TLPH, it was initiated, countered, Sanji and JP actually fell. TLPH were able to hold on long enough, BennyQT, Carl TZ, and Sanford, to the point where when Blacklist International won that Lord, JP and Sanji came back so that they could force a fight, which eventually started the TLPH turnaround because Blacklist International couldn't do anything with this Lord. Carl TZ lost some Retribution duels against MP the King in this game, but it seems like for every win Blacklist International got from the mid to the late game, it was countered by something by TLPH until it got to the ultimate counter, which is them just split pushing again.
Yeah, things just kept adding up and adding up and adding up until the point where it felt like Blacklist couldn't really fight back anymore.
Yeah.
We got to a point where, man, what can they do? They're all over the map. BennyQT is everywhere. Yet that's because of the combo with the Loyi of Sanji. I feel like it was always used. It was never off cooldown.
Yeah, there was actually in the, I believe it was the second Lord of the game, where in Team Liquid, I have to go back and revisit my notes, one of the reasons why Blacklist International couldn't fight well into it was because Lord JM, oh, excuse me, that was Lord 1. In the first Lord, TLPH was able to take that because of Sanji's Loyi zoning out the other members of Blacklist International in the initial engage that they did, until eventually TLPH was able to turn that around and win the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, and taking that Lord, it felt like, I don't know, it didn't feel as consequential as usually is, right?
Yeah.
That fight. It felt like even though, you know, Blacklist could take a Lord, there's always a trade. I think they mentioned it earlier. 2 trades, 2 kills for a Lord in around a bit of a late game scenario doesn't feel as stonks as it should be.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned stalls here, because Blacklist International, they were selling early, man.
Oh,
or
yeah.
you know what? They were buying early. They was like, oh, it's low
Buy,
right
buy,
now.
buy, buy, buy.
You buy it. You can't get any lower than this. But TLPH were able to buy at the right time, because every time Blacklist International would initiate for advantage in the Lord, they would blow so many abilities.
Oh, yeah.
The TLPH, again, with an Edith on their side, that's the thing that Edith counts here. How many abilities did their opponent spend, so that by the time Blacklist International has already built their initial advantage by fighting and getting a pick off, the Edith is still alive, so that around Sanford, TLPH would be able to build the trades.
Yeah, and they sold.
Yeah.
And in the right moments as well. Despite the Lolita being present in this, where it gave me a lot of heart attacks there. Where, bro, he was gonna die to the Guardian's Reflection. Some of these fights, it felt like it was specifically made. It was specifically picked up to counter stuff BennyQT was gonna do. It does not really have that kind of effect here.
Yeah, they couldn't counter the thing that BennyQT ultimately ends up doing a lot, which is split pushing. But you're right, man. Haji's positioning with the Guardian's Reflection meant that BennyQT really had to find the more weirder angles, the difficult angles as a Claude, so that he could Blazing Duet in the backline. Because Haji, with how he built, with more shields for himself, he went with the Flask of the Oasis, even built Oracle as well. So that's not an easy Lolita to take down. It was up to BennyQT to say, I just need to find a way around her.
And the rest of the team did help out, right?
Yeah,
In the moments that BennyQT couldn't finish it off, there was always someone who was following up. And I like that about TLPH. Like you mentioned, like the casters mentioned, man, it's like so easy for them to just, take out these fights, knowing the limitations of their heroes, and knowing when they could actually push the envelope, which they did at the very end. It made Blacklist forget, this is what we're known for, this is what we do, this is how we play.
Yeah. And for Blacklist International, again, with what they decided to draft here, we talked about the winning conditions earlier, the keys to victory, get the mages for Oheb, the mage gold laners. They built a lineup that would take control of the game fast, which is what Blacklist International do. And you could tell that MP the King was playing a little bit more towards the comfort of his playstyle back in Cambodia when Siusun was ruling there, which was to just be aggro, take control. There's no way we're going to let you play because we're just taking you down and building advantage over and over again. But then as the game went on, you realize now, again, why that's so difficult to translate in the Philippine meta as a whole. If the game doesn't end early, you're instantly the bye that you keep doing would eventually just get countered because you're not counting your abilities, right? And the other team is.
Yeah, you just can't do that all eyes on me thing that you can do in other regions, right?
Yeah.
Where, guys, look at me, I'm the carry now. Doesn't work that way. So at the same lane, I feel like Carl TZ definitely growing up to be the opposite lane rather. Carl TZ growing up to be a real team player in these fights, comparatively. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he did admit that that's one of the things he wanted to do. He used those exact words. Before it was all about me, but now I just want to be the best for my team.
Man, how they have grown. How they have grown.
Yeah, man, you've been here since season 1, so you've literally seen them grow up.
Yeah, and again, it's very impressive to see them do that. And again, the consistency that TLPH are building towards what we know them to be, what they can be. A very powerful team, and again, top tier in their class. We have a video here from Sanford, I believe. I wonder what he has to say about Team Liquid PH performance.
Kahit ilang season na nilipas or ilang season na naglalaro ako is isa pa rin talaga ako sa mga top tier XP.
Yeah. Actually, I
using those exact words.
Yeah. I could provide a little bit more context with that. Sanford has said in the past that he still doesn't see himself as one of the top tier EXP laners, even though he is. Even though a lot of people tell him he is.
Yeah.
And that's why he's still going into the season, and currently right now where they are in the standings, he's still going at it with a mentality of, I still need to do so much to consider myself a top tier EXP laner. Coming from the guy that, if I'm not mistaken, won finals MVP last season.
Yes. Cough. Yeah, and I think that's, again, a sign of a team that is still on the rise. I don't think they've really hit their peak yet.
Oh, yeah,
There's so much room for improvement and so much room for growth still, despite being on the upper echelon. Like, a lot of the people I've talked to before these matches started, they always go for, like, FCAP and TLPH are on a league of their own.
Yeah.
They're on a tier of their own. Like, everyone is, like, right now A+. There's an S tier, and then there's S+. That's where they are.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens, and maybe you will get to find that out for yourself as well. Because you know what, guys? You can watch them live. Because Week 4 tickets are still on sale, but they're running out fast. So please, come on. Get those tickets now. Don't miss out on all the action live here at the MPL Arena. Get them while they're hot.
I saw the links there earlier. Go ahead into the MPLPH website. You can get all the info there, as well as to where you can get them tickets.
And of course, for this one, we have an MPL Arena activity. Indexalon looking for the freshest faces on site. I wonder who that is going to be. It is the Indexalon beauties that we have here. I don't know if people on phones count. Probably not.
Nah, they gotta be risen. They gotta be risen the camera.
You gotta be risen, man. You gotta be risen. Look your best.
Risen.
Oh, look at that guy. Look at that very dapper boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a hat and everything. The Luffy hat.
Yeah, that Luffy hat.
And again, I'm not sure if the people on the phones count.
It's okay. If they want to win by showing it to their friends, go ahead.
I wonder.
Wait, is that her? Is she showing off herself, but she's shy to like show her face?
I mean,
like, that guy's just showing off his account.
Yeah, that's your account. I don't know, but yeah, you know what? Show off your face. If you're too shy, it helps. Like look, this is me.
Yeah, it's nice to
Right
just
to the
get a-
camera.
Yeah, it's nice to just get a look, you know.
Get a look in. Yeah. And right now, obviously, we are done with the shenanigans, as the kids say. Blacklist on the red side. There you go, man. I feel like the red side is definitely... Some teams really do favor the powerful 2 picks. I personally feel like it's a great side. But at the same time, the existence of heroes like the Link, right? I feel like you don't really want to first pick it right away. And
Yeah.
I think that's what Blacklist is banking on.
Yeah, I think they're going to be looking at the strength of the counter pick and the surprises with the last 2 picks, seeing if they could take away. Usually, teams on the red side, what they do is, of course, you're obligated to ban chip.
Yep.
And then you change the picture of the draft with your next 2
That's just
bans.
housekeeping.
Either by the Lings, the Moscovs, Rubies, the Harris, all of that. Not the Ruby, excuse me, the Roger, the
Oh,
Harris,
yeah.
all that. And then whatever the first pick is, you just get the strongest possible 2 for your first 2 picks. And teams are starting to understand how to operate around that, because before game number 1, all in the first series, all of the games were won by teams on the red side.
So there's some stats for you right there.
Yeah.
I feel that's very easy to just... red side wins today.
Yeah, red side's winning
That's
today.
That's an easy way to put it.
Yeah,
And
it's been winning more since yesterday, too.
that's right. There you go. Chip banned out as usual for the Reds. Sushin is going to be out as well. No links today, which means high loss is the open pick for here. Or the Edith. Possible first picks here for TLPH.
Edith, high loss, Zask is where my eyes will be at right now. So they go for the Edith, as you mentioned. Blacklist International might want to consider taking away the Lo Yi, because that could be a good combo again for TLPH.
You don't want a replay of that. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That is going to haunt nightmares for
Yeah,
sure.
and it's funny because like if Blacklist International decides to go Zask here, then even more so TLPH can just hammer in again at the thought of, you know what, let's just go Claude Lo Yi again and just hope we can cross it into the mid to the late game.
I thought you were going to pun out the hammer for Lolita, but maybe that's going to happen later on.
You know, I will not knock that idea because I do really want to see Lolita Hanabi again.
Oh, man. Come on. Just once. Before the weekends, right? Before the
Yeah,
weekends.
give us another one of those.
Give us another one. But yeah, I feel like with marksmen like, you know, the Moskov being banned out, even the Harif being banned out, we're getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
If the Claude gets banned out later, that's probably the signal.
We'll see.
Could happen.
So they go for the high loss Nolan. So the
TLPH probably won't go for that.
Yeah,
anymore.
there's no, you can't do that. And I don't think you can even do it if you're a Blacklist International. So I like the first red side picks Phobius, because then you already know you have advantage in terms of the matchup, and you're forced now to build a better lineup that will respond to the Phobius. As of now, this lineup by TLPH might not be responding to the Phobius exactly well enough, considering that Haji also picked up the Tigreal. So you need a little bit more burst damage from your mid laner, and maybe a gold laner that will shine in longer, extended team fights, not necessarily too ultimate reliant, to just survive the onslaught of the Phobius jumping on you.
And the replay of a Claude
I've been waiting for too
still
long.
very much possible here.
Black banned the carry, and that was the hero I had in mind.
Are we going to run out of gold leaders here?
No, we're not. We still have a good amount.
Yeah, we do have. We do have the Claude, the Bruno is still out there. Obviously, the Lunox is still a thing.
Yeah.
Could still make a resurgence here for TLPH. BennyQT, I'm sure, pretty willing to go that route.
Oh, for sure. Hearth already taken out. In terms of the gold for Oheb, they can pick it last. They can pick their jungler 4th pick. But if they want to just build the safest possible lineup for their jungler, they can pick it later. However, they're running out because TLPH already secured the Nolan. Wouldn't be surprised if they banned the Nolan or the Fanny.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
still available
Oh, my
for
goodness.
MP3. Oh, excuse me. Lancelot.
Lancelot.
Is also still open.
Lots of powerful picks in the jungle. I don't think the jungle's going to get banned out anytime soon.
Yeah.
Especially after the first phase right here, like the way that we have it. But the gold lane does seem to have a vulnerability. Oh, the Bane though.
Good read.
You can see a Faramis on roam or mid.
You know
Maybe.
what? TLPH again, they can go Claude Lo Yi again.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Oh,
The mind games.
they take it. But they're ready.
Paramis,
and you caught the Bruno earlier.
All right.
So
There
yeah,
you go.
they're playing for fast. They want to end this quickly. And they're
Yeah.
playing around the team fight. And I think TLPH were already thinking about playing the Faramis because they banned out the Bane.
Yep. Here
So
comes the Lance. Here comes the Lance.
Lance.
No? I mean, it's very bad against the Paramis, but here comes the Lance. Or the... No. I was going to say the Joy, but...
No, I don't like the Joy.
That's Julian. All right.
See,
Nothing
he
too
was still
crazy.
up on the board.
Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy on the drafts. I'm thinking though, this might be a Phovius game for Lord JM.
Seems to be.
Blacklist International should be able to force game number 3 as long as TLPH just doesn't snowball.
Well,
Just
yeah.
stop the snowball of TLPH and get some few early wins, win the first 2 turtles. You could potentially take this game, Blacklist, and secure game 3.
And the Phobies will definitely help out with Lord JM maybe surviving a lot more in these team fights.
Yeah.
Really like it. So far, so good for both these squads. What do you think? Who do you think came out on top here? Let us know in the comments and we'll see. And don't forget, there's still a poll running. Who do you think is going to win out on this series with TLPH and Blacklist International? Our last match for the week. Let's throw it over to Leo and Naisu. Take on the game in Land of Dawn.
You know what, Joseph? I think it was a
Welcome
good
to
idea
Mobile
for TikTok to ban that
Legends.
Bane.
Do you actually believe that?
No, I am just...
Because it's MP the King?
Yeah, I'm projecting. All right, I wanted to see the Bane, and I'm pretty sure MP the King was thinking the same because a lot of the jungle picks were blocked out. Henceforth, he just had to bring out the Julian.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lancelot was still out there, but
yeah, that was there.
The draft was looking good again.
The Bane would have been great against
Right.
the draft.
Solid front line. You had the Phovius. There was a Zask. That's the magic damage source. There was a Claude. That was.
The Bane would have been great. I think the Julian, it's like the second best option, and that's why they picked it up because, again, with the lineup that you have this for TLPH, man, like they just want to play against the high with the high-lows. They have the Faramis. We've actually seen some pretty crazy combinations with that alone, but then you have the Edith too. So I like what Blacklist International did here with the draft, regardless of if it was a Bane or a Julian. But also on point of that, Renmar pointed things out. They could take this draft and take us to game 3.
This guy's mewing. He's
mewing us.
maxing. All right. I think, very similar to game 1.
Yeah.
Blacklist is cooking with fire, right? They got some gas going. But maybe it's going to come down to execution. Which, looking at Liquid PH's draft and how fast they picked those last 2 picks, right? That Faramis Bruno.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what they were getting into. Like, regardless of whatever the last pick for Blacklist was, they were going to go Faramis Bruno.
Faramis Bruno, I don't know. Faramis Bruno is great. Faramis Hylos is great. There's a lot of great things about the TLPH lineup, and I think as long as you're able to answer that, which is Tigreal does that, Julian, you can knock him into the air, you can work around that, but overall, I think you just have a lot of answers to what TLPH brings to the table, and Blacklist International did it in game 1. They just unfortunately lost to the back door too at the end.
That's just what Benny does.
That's just
That's just how it is.
He needs a shirt.
He's merch.
He is merch.
All right, here we go. Game 2 already commencing. Normal rotations, movements from our junglers. Let's talk about the lane-to-lane matchup. Again, I'm going to stand by it, man. Bruno's still one of the better duelists in the gold lane.
Yeah. Like, if you could talk about, like, his damage profile in terms of the other gold laners, he's probably, like, the most, if you could say, pound-for-pound duelist, heavy hitter gold laner that there is because it's almost like point-and-click damage, for the most part. Like
maybe only second to the Raj.
Yeah.
But Roger has mobility.
I was going to say, you got to be a little more fancy with Roger. Like, Bruno's literally like, charge up, auto attack.
Just pure glass cannon. XP lane-wise, Edith versus Phovius. We're going to see this more often as the season goes through, especially since we've proven now that Phovius isn't a flavor of the week. He's definitely here to stay.
Yeah, and for good measure because of the fact that, again, you're such a nuisance to the enemy team that's going against the Phovius, and especially with the Vengeance and the Brave Smite combination that you see, you're you're just flying in the air, tanking up a lot of hits, and that allows you always for your roamer to focus on what they need to do. They need to get those set potentials off the implosion, but I think even in that case, like Haji has to work against NetherRealm like we talked about, but also the 2 Purifies. You know, like this is also something where that set potential that Blacklist International has can be stopped in its tracks. Sanji, though, real quick, taking up a kill early on, first blood in the hands, and that looks like that's just going to be an objective too.
There was way too many units there early on to amplify the Ghost Bursters. I don't think XOR was expecting that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. There's just very quick damage, and what a time to go down too, or even get the first blood if you're TLPH into the objective.
We see here mid, let's talk about that. Again, Exort was rotating up and was caught out under crossfire, giving Sanji first blood. And this is what we can expect. That the fact that mid lane isn't really much, right, between a Faramis and a Zask,
yeah,
action's gonna happen in side lanes.
They're gonna go for those rotates. You can see already the thing that TLPH really likes to do is, of course, play around their trio here, the mid lane trio setup. JP and Sanji both making their way here on bottom side, trying to put some pressure possibly on Oheb. They're just going to plant themselves here, allow BennyQT to get a couple shots on the turret, get some extra gold, but it's going to be stopped. Blacklist International knows it as well.
All right, looking at where the gold has gone, look at that. Massive lead for Carl TZ, about 4,000 gold, 400 gold, 300 on Sanji, and 300 on Sanford as well. What's going on?
I think they're just slowly, you know, like it's those little wins.
The leads are well spread out.
Yeah, the little wins that they're able to find, the little extra gold on the turrets. Again, they got that first blood earlier, and then the turtle, like all unanswered, basically, from Blacklist. So,
all for free.
Yeah, if you're looking at this, you're wondering, you know, for Blacklist, it's a little bit slower start. I know we did say, hey, let them cook for a little bit, you know, but at this point, they don't want the second turtle to go that way. So I think either for Blacklist, you potentially find a pickoff before, or you just go full force and fight. And it might be better with the lineup that they have to just fight for that turtle, get the set they're looking for from Hot.
We'll see now, 10 seconds before the turtle comes through. Sanford picks up his Thunderbelt, so he's going to want to start hitting people to get stacks. And yeah, I don't think Blacklist wants to go for free.
He's going to go in with a flicker. Actually, there's the implosion we were talking about. They get the NetherRealm out. Exort's already down, though. Carl TZ bobbing and weaving out of there. He's going to be fine. Haji will get punished. Once again, Sanford outside of the Primal Wrath form finds Lord JM. Carl TZ possibly looking for MP. He gets dragged back with a Stampede and falls as well. 4 kills here for TLPH plus this turtle.
The river runs red with Blacklist blood. I didn't expect for Blacklist to actually lean hard into this contest. I mean, it's one thing, Joseph, to say they're not giving it for free, but another to say, you know what, we're taking this fight. Prior to that whole engagement, prior to that sequence, I was looking at Blacklist lineup and saying, the only real hero that's ready to fight here is the Julian. Everyone else needs some level of items for them to be able to say, all right, we're going to contest. And that led Team Liquid PH to just zoom in past Blacklist in gold. 4,000, 5,000 now, 5 minutes in.
That's a massive snowball. I know,
colossal.
You know, when people ask, what is a snowball? Because I know some people have asked this is a snowball. Like, this is playing off the advantage, the momentum that you build, and it just continues to go down the hill. You can see this once again. TLPH knows they have that advantage. They're going to press it here on the gold lane once again. Fighting under the tier 2. Turret's going to go down. They have the NetherRealm available. Completely fine. Won't be able to get any pickoffs. Wow. But they're happy with the objective. Is there going to be a counter punch here from Blacklist?
Oh no!
They center it down here on the backside.
From the flank.
Forcing them in, and they go in, trying to get Sanji. Sanji's burning, but he's going to be fine. They don't find anything off the exchange.
And all this while, look at Carl, just working on the turret. I think Team Liquid PH got away with a lot by forcing that push on bottom and then giving nothing over to Black. Again, they had the NetherRealm, so that kept them top. And oh! Sanji with the ultimate form of respect.
Yeah.
Just showing your opponent that, hey, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? Blacklist just need to farm. I think that's number one. They need to farm, and they can't play the way Team Liquid played in game 1. Like, I don't know. I don't want to say they don't have the mechanics to do it. It's just, it takes a lot for a team to be able to do that.
And the crazy thing about it is in game 1, it looked a lot more realistic, where Blacklist could actually go toe-to-toe through the, the sections of the game from early to late. This one, though, early game's pretty much gone, obviously in favor of TLPH. You're in the mid-game now. That is also, seems to be gone. You're not going to get this turtle at all from TLPH, and you're kind of left scrapping, all right, how do we find our pieces for the late game? And like you said, man, Blacklist, they just have to farm up, get what they can, and allow themselves for Oheb. And that's the downside, man. Like, obviously with Quad, when your team is struggling, it almost feels pressurous for you to be like, oh, I need to get the items even faster now.
Yep. But luckily, this is the Filipino sniper we're talking about, Kill One Oheb, world champion, multi-time MPL champion. He knows what the stakes are. He knows what he needs to do. It's just the whole team just has to understand. We need to get farm on Oheb. We need to get farm on Exhort. You know what? That's what's difficult about Blacklist lineup. They need so much farm. Hell, I'd say even JN needs items. You know, you can't send Obvious with just like half-built items with Dreadnought armor, with like a jerkin with a pair of pants. It's just not gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Vengeance, you're gonna get pretty much taken care of quickly, especially with the lead that TLPH has. And so you're wondering, Blacklist, this point, they kind of have to, they might even just have to give us the tier 2s, honestly, because if they force a fight under them, TLPH will win those fights. And you can see it here. Uh-oh, Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. Blacklist going to try to set something. Haji goes in, but they have the Nether Realm plus the Purifies, and they're going to get punished as MP the King goes down. Exhort using the Dominator's Ascent, holds them at bay. Not enough damage to get a kill, though.
For the pull.
So Sanji gets a pull on Haji. Haji knows he's tanky enough. He's going to be fine. Goes off, but here comes Carl Teasy. Uses the Retribution, and it's enough to get Haji down. Smooth with it for Carl Teasy.
See, that's what 8,000 gold ahead buys you, Joseph. People watching at home. The only reason why TLPH didn't die is because they had much better items. And even if Blacklist turret there, the mid lane tier 2 had free hits on a majority of Team Liquid PH.
Yeah.
The kit, literally, the items and the skills that Team Liquid PH are using just kept them unpunished. Look at this. The Infinix is the replay. Look, see? Any lesser team. This is even, you know what? This is even after the Glorious Pathway. And watch Carl Teasy's Retribution slow him up just enough to help score the kill.
Yeah.
That was a Rift explosion, by the way.
It was. And off that, they get a Lord. There's no contest here, obviously, for Blacklist. You're massively behind. And at this point, you're in your base. You're in your base. You're on the fence. Back's completely against the wall. You don't have enough damage yet on anybody. I mean, taking a look at this, you can see Oheb's only got 2 items. He's got the DHS. He's got the Golden Staff.
Short of Trinity.
Short the Trinity.
He's a Corrosion Scythe in about a minute, give or take.
And Thunderbelt only, here for Lord JM, like you pointed out. You're not going to be able to tank much with just the Thunderbelt.
Nope, not going to happen. So I give Lord J maybe 2 or 3 more minutes. A solid 2 items. Luckily, those are defense items you're needing, right? So those come cheaper, slightly.
This is tough, though. Lord making its way here, bottom side. Last Holy Shield, too.
Gold is gold.
Sticking on this turret. They forced it again. Glorious Pathway dropped down into the turret. They get the Nether Realm out. Carl Teasy is going to make his way here for the fight. Lord's going to work on the turret. Blacklist just goes back, heals back up. Should be able to clear the Lord out, but they lose the base turret on the bottom, and now the mid's going to be worked on as well.
Another one.
Finally cleared out. Conceal was used by Haji, but just kind of a check here as that mid turret goes down. MP the King takes a lot of damage. Will get dragged. Where was MP going?
Maximum range pull, Joseph.
You can hear the cavalry in here. They know this is a dominant game for TLPH.
They smell blood in the water. And all through that, right, the debacle from mid to bottom, Holy Shield up top popped as well.
Yep.
Because Blacklist had to address the siege from Team Liquid PH. They couldn't take care of the minion waves marching through. Oh, Sanford.
Look how, this is the thing, man. Sanford doing that right now, popping the Primal Wrath. That's how confident they are with the lead they have. And this has been the case for the entirety. Implosion going to be used, but what can they turn out of it? He just scoots on out through the Glorious Pathway. Haji dealt with, taken out alongside Exhort. And that might have just done it. Punched in the ticket. Woo! TLPH waits for the wave to come in. Full on force with the cavalry will work on the base, and there's nothing Blacklist can do about it, as it's a sweep for Team Liquid PH.
That was initially a 2v5, Joseph, inside of Blacklist's base. But Team Liquid, they were up by about 12,000 ahead.
Yeah.
That's what a gold lead buys you. Enough of a hit to wait for the rest of your squad to come in, punish Blacklist from even thinking they can take you down.
He's on, man. Stanford is so confident that he knows, like, if I get out of form, if I pop my primal wrap, they're gonna come for me. And if they get me, great. But they didn't. And then they just collapsed on, and that just showed how dominant of a lead they have.
Show of sportsmanship between these two giants of franchises, both World Championship squads, both MPL Championship squads, but at the end of the day, Team Liquid PH named the victor, and Blaster National had to go back to the drawing board and figure out, is this the lineup we want to work with? Or what we bring to the competition, what we need to do, or is there something else that Bon Chan and the gang have to cook up?
Honestly, I think week 4 we see a different version of Blacklist. Again,
Another new lineup. Well, finally, do we see the MPL rookie, Marquise, come through? Let's go to the stage with Mara Aquino. She's with Team Liquid PH.
All right, everybody, give it up for TLPH. Nialamig kayo? All I hear, Benny says, ang lamig, boss. Congrats! Lapit kayo dito. Very smooth game 2, very smooth sweep. Para balikan natin yung game 1. Another backdoor play mula sa'yo. So who made the call na pumunta sa baba at i-rushing base? Was it you or Sanji?
Actually, team decision siya. Since lamang kami sa waves nung game na yun. So, ayun. Para ma-maximize namin yung ulti ni Sanji, yun yung naging play ng team.
Pinag-uusapan nga namin nung first time na nag-backdoor ka. Tama ba? Season 5, show, fighter ka pa rin nun? We remember. And since then, you've been so good with that. Ato naman kay Carl, since ikaw na ang nasa tabi ko. Okay. Simula, alam nyo, ang galing nyo talaga in terms of nakakakuha kayo ng lamang, even though, like let's say, behind kayo, nakukuha nyo yung lamang after a Lord fight. So how do you prioritize the trades when it comes to that?
Maayos na communication lang po sa team. Tapos, yun nga po yung feeling ko kailangan namin i-workout yun kasi di kami lagi nakaka-early eh. So, yun namin execute.
So yun ang gusto nyong i-work sa early game?
Opo, kasi madalas po talo po kami ng early. Tapos sa late game po parang kaya naman. Pero sa early talaga nadudurog kami lagi.
Pero it looks like nag-adjust kayo kaagad sa game 2 because that was so smooth. That was all yours. At ito naman kay Sanford. Hi! Anong kwento niyo dun? Share, Sally.
Ano lang po. Hindi, papabukas lang po ako ng candy.
Okay. Bukas ng candy. Okay. Alam mo, sa video kanina pinakita, ikaw yung hinighlight namin sa video. Sabi mo na gusto mong patunayan na you're still top-tier XP laner. Like what we think, you're really up there. One of the top 3s. Para sa'yo, sino nga ba yung top 3?
Top 3 ko. Top 1 po si Flop. Top 2, si Edward. Top 3, si Ryota.
Top 3 is Ryota. But if you were to insert yourself there, saan ka dun?
1 po sana if pwede.
Pwede! Pwede! Ranking mo to eh. So pwedeng-pwede. And now it's time to announce the MVP for Game 2. Let me hear some names. Let's take a look at the screen. MVP is Sanford! Oh, tinuturuan ka na. Okay, hawakan ko to. Tinuturuan ka na ni Carl. Sabi ni Carl, gayaan mo yung mukha. Okay. All right, congratulations. And now it's time to announce our lucky winner. Lucky fan who will get 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations. Come on up. Hello. Hi. What's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron. How old are you?
9.
9 years old. You play Mobile Legends a lot?
Yeah.
What's your hero?
Noah.
Nolan? Okay, sino dito favorite player mo? Like, take a look at all of them. Pili ka ng isa. Sino ang favorite player mo?
Si Sanford.
Si Sanford! Bakit si Sanford? Why Sanford?
Mabugi. Pugi.
He's pogi. What else?
Swag.
Swag! Swag, what else?
So good.
He's so good. I know he's so good, right? Do you want to say something to Sanford? He's right in front of you.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to him?
I like you.
Such a big fan of yours. What do you want to say to RN?
Same here. I like it too. Keep playing.
Okay, now you get to bow with the team. I'll take this. Is it okay if you hold his hand? All right, you get to bow with them, okay? You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Good job, RN. Congratulations once again to TLPH. Sabi nga ni Carl, kailangan nilang i-work ang kanilang early game. But it looks like everything went well dun sa game number 2. So we're gonna break it down for you. We're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was, I'm still grinning.
They got egged, bro.
They got egged.
It was 10-0.
Egged. Oh my God. And of course, the MVP there is going to be Sanford, by the way, who is absolutely demolishing that lane so far. And again, just working so well with the team.
I mean, no other way to put it other than, hey, welcome to Team Liquid Philippines tutorial of how to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the professional level. On today's episode, how to go up against a lineup that supposedly should give you a hard time, but you end up destroying them. No other way to put it. The only thing that I realized as this game went on, especially the early fights, was that this is actually tough for a Julian.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it in the scenario that, okay, MP the King, you pick up the Julian, you know the scaling, the early game magic damage, that's your bridge into the mid to the late game, right? And maybe you could use that to force out an early Netherrealm. But it wasn't Blacklist International initiating, it was Team Liquid Philippines. Every single time, if it wasn't JP, it was Sanford. Sometimes it'd even be Sanji, who's just going to the front, using the Shadow Stampede, pulling people back, Ghost Bursters. It's a Blacklist just could not play at all.
Almost got a perfect game. One tower down was all the Blacklist could actually do there.
Yeah.
And man, oh man, I just can't believe that, you know, it went that quick. It was relatively quick in terms of our current average game time.
If I'm not mistaken, this is now the third fastest game of the season. And for Team Liquid Philippines, really no other way to put it other than they did everything correctly. First off, they were honestly just able to do it in such a way wherein when you're positioning around the major objectives, you have Sanford in the right spot. If it's not Sanford, he's coming in for the late entry. Sanji and JP are always in the right spot. They know the information, they know where Exort is, they know where Haji is, and just continue to play around that. Once you have the info, commit the play, stop Blacklist from doing anything. And look, Carl TZ got 933 gold per minute.
That's probably the highest GPM I've seen today.
One of them. We had a one game, if I'm not mistaken.
Did we have a 1K today?
Almost 1K.
Almost 1K.
Not okay. Today, yeah, this is the most.
Yeah, for today.
Yeah. And yesterday, imagine we got to see a game that had a 14.7K gold lead as the highest. This one was at around 13 point. Trying to math here. 4. Around 13.4K.
Right.
So it was just that level of domination that the Blacklist just couldn't get anything at all.
Again, in game number 2, it felt very easy for them, right? In game number 1, though, we did see a few hiccups here and there, and Blacklist did have a pretty good grasp of the early game. Which, again, Carl TZ has already mentioned. We can work on that. We got some time. And so far, the standings are basically on an uptrend once more for TLPH.
Yep. And it should be. They showed in game number 1, they can come back from deficits and they know how. They know and understand the trading very well. They'll commit plays when other teams will expect it, even though you'll get the objective, hey, we'll still try to contest and punish you and get kills after that so that your Lord will be useless. And in this game, it was, okay, we'll show you how we'll make it so that you can't do anything.
Yeah.
We won't let you play. Even there was one sequence there where you could feel that the Phobias could have been a problem, but it didn't get to the point where we got to see that.
Yeah, this is the signature of teams like TLPH and FCAP as well. It feels like you can't play the game. It's like, what am I going to do next? It's like you're trying to choke out your options, your possibilities. And I think that's the reason why this went 10-0.
Yeah.
10-0 today. This is the first 10-0 as well, stick, right? I'd be like, it's just so hard to analyze when you have 0-0-0 on the stat line for tower damage. I feel like literally one tower went down, and that was on the gold lane. And I think it was also like inevitable at that point. But otherwise, it could have been a perfect game. Not really much to analyze there, to break down. I love it when games go like this. It really does like show a specific team. It highlights the team's powers in terms of dominance.
Yeah. I think we need a little bit more help in terms of like breaking down some specifics there. Understand the mindset of Team Liquid Philippines a little bit better. Let's see if I can work some magic. I'm gonna summon Coach Saria right now. Magic can get a little bit too graphics. Oh, it's Coach Saria!
Oh my goodness, that was quick!
Sorry,
the smoke was there was a smoke effect.
Yeah, there was smoke effects. Here you are, Coach.
All right.
How do you feel about that win? Did you expect Game 2 to be so dominating?
Yes, I expect it because we got a lot of counter hero for their composition. For example, Shaz, we got Nolan to farm his yung mga alaga niya.
Yeah.
Then also Hylos can tank Shaz damage.
All right, so you basically just try to play for counter. Play for counter. It felt very easy. Can I just ask, what's the? I don't want to go into specific strategies, but what's the general rule of why do you think you're able to pull off backdoors like this and other teams can't?
Because of Benny's playstyle.
It's just his playstyle.
His map awareness is so good.
Yeah, and I remember you were able to play with Benny during the earlier portions of
Oh,
his
yeah.
career.
Season 5.
Yeah, in Season 5.
Woo!
So how has Benny evolved from then to now? Like, you've seen him in the early days, and now here you are playing or coaching Benny in this time in his career.
He improved a lot for his mechanics and decision making, and also he matures also.
He's more mature. Why is he? Wait, before was BennyQT like a bit more like emotional or?
Ano pa lang siya nun eh. Bata pa lang kasi siya nun eh.
He was just a kid.
He was a kid.
17.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh, I forget that these guys.
And now
started
he's
out
a
as
father.
kids. I know, right?
Daughter now.
Yeah, now he's a dad.
I just wanna bring it up, man. I remember you playing Leo Mord. Do you remember those times? That's one of the reasons why I played the hero. So now I have like 1.5k games on that.
So this guy,
watching this guy,
he created you.
He created Leo Mord, exactly.
For your Leo Mord.
Leo Mord, man. I miss those times, man. I know you played there, and I remember the name.
Yeah.
So right now we do have a bit of. What can you say about Blacklist, right? We have to talk about your opponent. What can you say about them? What do they need?
They need to improve their chemistry.
It's really just the chemistry you feel like?
Because it's hard to build a lineup. Kailangan nilang ma-maximize yung mga hero nila.
Yeah. They need to
maximizing their own, their comfort heroes.
Synergies,
right.
mga ganun.
So you still feel like they're in the discovery phase, like they're discovering their own strengths and all that.
They're 10-man lineup din sila kaya mahirap.
That's true though. That's true.
Bye-bye ng timpla. Kailangan nila mahanap.
Yeah, they're always just changing, and it's even more difficult to find that. So now, for you, I want to hear it straight from one of the coaches of Team Liquid Philippines. What is your favorite strength about the team and why they're so good?
They are so very aggressive.
That's it?
It's really just they're aggressive.
They're aggressive. All right. So if I was aggressive, you think I'll play better MLBB? You think?
Depends. Yes.
Yeah.
Depends on the hero. Depends on the hero and the composition.
If it's Leo Mord,
maybe.
It can be bakat meta.
Yeah.
We will pull it out.
Yeah, well, oh, okay. All right, that's what I'm hoping. You know what? I was actually hoping that we'd see Leomord eventually.
Leomord Jungle.
Yeah.
Jungle, there you go, straight from the coach's mouth.
Yeah,
So,
hopefully we get to see it.
Yeah, before we dive into anything, any messages you have for the international viewers? This is international, by the way. Your boys are on the local. You're international. What are your messages to international viewers right now?
Thank you for supporting Liquid. And hi to my family. They're watching right now. From Guam, USA.
Oh, in Guam, cool.
All right. Right on time. You're on the English stream.
Yeah. So hopefully your family gets to see that. I gotta ask you, like we know, I mean, a lot of the pros or people here like come from a very specific MOBA scene in the Philippines. How does it feel that you're representing Team Liquid?
Sobrang masaya kasi international yun. Team Liquid, sila Miracle, Kuroki sa Dota, mga idol mo lang.
Yeah, the idols.
Tapos ngayon, kasama ka na sa team nila.
Yeah. Just the Liquid buff.
The Liquid buff. And by the way, the Liquid buff is also present in our polls. You got a 77% vote. What can you say about that? And do you have any messages to the people who voted for you?
Thank you sa mga fans na walang sawang sumusuporta.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes just easy as that.
It's so easy. It feels he's very chill because he doesn't need to say as much because he won.
Yeah.
You know, winning is the biggest statement.
Yeah, it is.
If you won, I won. No need to say anything else. So, but either way, Coach Saire, I think we have to ask this. Like, who's the next big threat to TLPH for you? What do you think? Which team?
Bren. Other than Bren?
Other than Bren, because we all already know that.
Omega. Because of Chaknu. He's also my teammate.
Former teammate again.
The one who discovered him.
Yeah, the discoverer of Chaknu.
Are you noticing a lot of the big names right now? Former teammate.
Yeah. the hidden creator.
The hidden creator.
Or at least the founder.
Or that main five, that starting team before. Yeah. I feel like a lot of them are on the good route or higher trajectory right now. I like it. So right now, obviously, I think I feel like we have a bit of more scenarios for later on. Pero before we get to that, I just want to ask you guys watching, do you have any gifts that you want to our fans? Any gifts that you want to give our teams? Go over to the MPL Arena. There's a drop box there that you can put your gifts to. And maybe you can also get invited here to give those gifts to your favorite players. We've been trying to do that all week long, all weekend long. And so far, we have it. People are shy, I think.
No, we've gotten
We have a
already.
few, but
we have a few gifts.
We're really roaring. I think we already have one. They're giving the players that right now.
Yeah, get some gifts for Coach Shire.
So if you have gifts for Coach Shire,
if you could ask for one gift from the community, what do you want?
what's the best gift?
Wala akong maisip.
You can say money.
You can say money.
Money?
No,
money.
don't give us money.
Just
only.
Yeah, give us gifts, like symbols of your
A
support.
letter.
Yeah.
A love letter.
Maybe.
Like just a letter. Anyway, for now, we do have 30% off on the Franco's newest skin, the MPL exclusive skin Quantum Vanguard. Use that to hook your opponents right now. And again, hook up into the newest standings that we have right now. Let's hook that up right there. There you go. And look at that. It does feel like Fnatic Onyx has a bit of an uphill trend right now. 5-0 undefeated. I don't know who can beat Fnatic Onyx right now. But whoever that team is going to be, it's probably going to be explosive.
Yeah, man. I actually thought that Coach Sarah would say Fnatic Onyx because we already saw Fnatic Onyx take a series away from Team Liquid PH. So I wonder then if that means maybe Team Liquid PH is looking Fnatic Onyx and thinking, hey, we could get one back from you later on in the season, right?
That would be exciting. Or maybe they already have the script written.
Yeah, no, they already have
the whole textbook of Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, like
we don't need to mention these guys.
Oh, that'll make it spicy for the later half. But hey, things are really starting to take shape here in the Philippines.
It really does. Obviously, still the most competitive region. I think one of the, I'll give it to you. One of the most competitive regions in MLBB. You know, being humble.
Yeah.
And sponsor, obviously.
One of the
most competitive regions.
You know what? I'm gonna take the Sanford
Even-
approach and just go like, oh yeah, we're just okay.
We're just okay.
Yeah, we won a lot
Top
of championships, but we're just okay.
Probably.
Yeah.
But you know what? Even the fans are competitive. That's the scary thing about MLBB PH. We have standings for you with the fans representing their teams, the teams that they adore. And we are going to see that right here, right now. These are the standings of our Infinix Fansik Laban. Fansik.
Yeah.
Did I say that right, brother? I don't think so.
No, you said it right. You
I
said it right.
All
That was perfect.
So earlier, the TNC Phoenix Army won against the Aurora. You know, the Fansik Laban, TNC. And the Fansik Laban TLPH won against Blacklist earlier. So it mirrored match two results.
Yeah, for people who still don't understand what this is, there's alongside MPL, there's like an MPL for fans.
Mini MPL.
Yeah, it's a mini MPL, and the ones playing are the supporters of each group. That's why you see the Auroras, the Raiders, the Kabarangay, the Cavaliers, not from Cleveland. But yeah, it's great because there's honestly like a lot of stuff already happening.
Yes.
Like they trash talk each other for fun.
Yep.
It's all friendly. They're scouting. It gets really competitive. It's so cool.
Yeah, and all of that, those are just people watching. Watching on site. So if I were you, just go ahead and join us. Let's have some fun. We can take some pictures. We can talk about MLBB. We can talk about a lot of things. But you know what we can talk about else? Mara Aquino. This is Renmar. I'm Rockhart. Let's throw it over the stage because Mara has a few things to say.
This ends the third week here at the MPL Arena, and we can definitely recall unforgettable matches that occurred in the past few days, even recording the longest game of the season. And guess what? Next week, we enter the halfway point of Season 14. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Thank you for watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.